with yet another exciting season of PUBG Mobile as the top sides from South Asia go toe-to-toe for a shot at being the best team from their region. We are set to witness all the thrills and action in a fresh new format. For PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022, the league stage will be divided into 3 weeks. Each week consists of 5 match days with 5 matches played out per day. Teams will be shuffled into groups at the beginning of every week and all teams will play 4 matches per day. At the end of every week, the top 12 teams for that week will play an additional match on limit. Each week will start fresh with no points carried over from the previous weeks. During the entire league stage, teams will have a chance to earn bonus points. Twice based on a team's placement in each week and once based on their overall placement in the league table. At the end of 3 weeks, the top 16 teams based on their total scores will move on to the finals. These teams will start the finals with the sum total of the bonus points they have earned throughout the league stage. This means that the teams who do well in the league stage will have a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will be played out over 3 days with 6 matches per day. At the end of 3 days, the team with the most points will be declared the champions of PMPL South Asia. Additionally, the top 10 teams will also be moving on to the PMPL South Asia Championship. How will teams adapt to this new format and season? Stay tuned to find out.
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another fine day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. And as the days goes on, the intensity that the teams play the matches with, it goes up as well. This is Super Johnny John Necro alongside with me, ladies and gentlemen, and this is day number 4 of our second week, Necro. We witnessed some incredible action yesterday. What are your expectations from the teams today?
I mean, I hope consistency is there, and we were speaking about having 3 more days yesterday, and now you only have 2 more days to go in the future. So not a lot of games left, man. 10 more games left, and then you will have to play that one single bonus game. Top 12 teams will get an opportunity to play in that Livid game, but again, for that you will need to be in top 10. And for now, I mean, as you do see, Venom Legends, they're doing pretty good. Hopefully they're able to stay consistent just how they were playing, right? Now, yesterday we didn't really see them do that great as well. I mean, it was okay. I wouldn't really say it was something outstanding that we've seen from them inside this week, but today maybe they will be able to shine through.
Exactly, because performing week in, week out, it is going to be important. As you guys heard in the format explainer that was playing before we came on, it was said quite clearly. The points from week to week, they don't carry on. Every single week is a fresh start. And it is important to perform every single week because the leaderboard will decide how many bonus points you get for the grand finals. So, as we discussed before, we are in the second week of the league stages right now, and this is day number 4. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of this week, and as Necro mentioned, tomorrow the last game is not going to be a game that all 16 teams will play. It is the bonus Livid game that only the top 12 teams from this week will get to perform in and get those extra points for themselves for the finals.
Exactly. I mean, the schedule's in front of you, and even Johnny said the VT was played before as well. So everything is pretty much explained, and we've been explaining the schedule over and over again. But just to let you guys know, as Johnny mentioned, every single week the slates will be cleaned, but there's also an overall tally, which is called the overall league standings. And right now, the overall league standings are looking pretty interesting. But as expected, we expect to see those teams at the top, and that's what we're exactly seeing. Some great teams are at the top, and some teams are still struggling on the latter half of the board. But as you do talk about the overall league standings, and this is exactly what they're fighting for. $150,000 on the line, with tournament MVP getting $1,000 all to himself, and of course the league stage team will be getting $5,000. And the first place will be getting $10,000, second place will be getting $6,500, and the third place will be getting $4,500. That's a lot of money on the line, and that's a lot of pressure as well.
Exactly. That is a lot of pressure to deal with. But in order to compete for the major chunk of the prize money, you have to make sure that you make it to the finals first. And in order to do that, you have to finish in the top 16 at the end of the league stages. But now on our screens is the division of how the bonus points are going to be distributed to the teams for their league stage finishes. And as you can see on the table towards the right-hand side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, if you finish first, every single week you get 20 points for that week. Finishing in the top position on the overall leaderboard every week means you will start with 60 points in the grand finals, a head start against the rest of the competition, and it's going to be so important for the teams to be consistent. Right now, the two teams that I believe will be competing for the first position in the overall league standing have to be High Voltage and Godlike Stalwart. They have done so good week in, week out. Week number 1, Godlike Stalwart finishing first, and High Voltage also managing to stay in the top 3. This week, High Voltage is first. As of now, though, things can definitely change since the difference between the team on the first position and the team on the 4th position is just 10 points. And as you can see, the point structure on our screens, 10 points, well, they can be earned in one single match.
I mean, it's funny how Deadeye's guys were really on the latter half of the board like 2 days ago, and now take a look at them, 1 point shy from that first spot on conquering that throne. On the other hand, on the 3rd spot is Godlike Stalwart. They're really eyeing out for that first spot, and we know what they're capable of as well. But teams that are really capable of pulling some incredible things, and they're still sitting in the latter half of the board, teams like T2K, Elementrix that we saw shine through in week 1. Then you also have 1952. These are the bottom 4 teams, Johnny, and you do not like to see these teams in the bottom 4.
Exactly. I mean, Elementrix, week 1, we were talking about them. They were looking quite decent, but the fall in week 2 has been so drastic for them. And I think the biggest surprise, Necro, you and I will agree on, is T2K. Train to Kill. Again, we keep bringing this up again and again, and I think it is important to know how good they were in week 1. So this fall, this result that we are seeing from them in the overall rankings for week 2, it is not something that I think even they themselves expected, but it is something they will have to deal with in the next 2 days. There are 4 matches today, 4 tomorrow, 8 games. At least bring yourselves up into the top 10 so that you can get those extra points from the Livik finish. But looking at the overall rankings right now for week 2, and it is quite clear that we're going to see a lot of changes today, at least in the first half of the leaderboard, because difference, look at that, High Voltage still raw official, it is 28 points. The point difference between the team on the 1st and the 9th position.
I mean, yeah, we know the top 10 usually is quite sensitive, and this is the clear indicator of that. I mean, not a lot of difference. One single good game can change the entire course. That means even a team like T2K, if they have one solid game, they can just boost themselves up on that top 10 easily. So it's not going to be that difficult to breach inside the top 10. And we know T2K, they're capable of flowing that consistency as well in their way. So T2K, I wouldn't still point a lot of fingers considering they have 2 more days to go, counting this one in. So they still have a decent amount of games left in their hands. On the other hand, Elementrix, though, I don't know. Maybe week 1 was a fluke. There's a big chance it was. But the way they played, man, it didn't seem like a fluke at all.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. They were looking so good in week 1. But if you want to talk about flukes and not in a good way, I think A1NB is a team that everyone is looking for as to what happened with them. They started off this week so strong. Day 1 comes to an end. They're in the top 2. Day 2 comes to an end. We see them drop down a little bit, but I don't think anyone was worried at that point. But at the end of day 3, they are outside the top 10. And they also have a chicken dinner win. So you can be sure of the fact that they know how to close their matches. They know how to survive till the late game stages. But then the fall, the drop that has been there in the last few days, we aren't seeing it slowing down anytime soon. Today is going to be very important for A1 Esports if they want to make the push anywhere close to the top 5.
Exactly. And now we have the comparison in front of us too, where Deadeye's guys from week 1 versus week 2 overall performance, and you can clearly see it, right? The difference over here is seen, but it's not that massive. It is pretty close, but the elimination points, I would say, is way much more compared to the previous one.
Oh boy. I mean, they just look scary, I'm going to be honest, inside of the game these days, because the way DE has improved so much within the last few days, within the last 2 days, in fact, because day number 2 of week 2, the performance was extremely shaky. But And yesterday, they were extremely consistent in the matches that they played yesterday. They started off quite strong in the very first game, getting just 2 eliminations, finishing second, but it was also a very chaotic game. And then they move on from there on out, finishing in the top 4 in the very next game with 8 eliminations. They won the second last game of the day. That was the first Miramar that happened. And then in the last game of the day, they got 12 eliminations with a top 5 finish. So DE was the team to beat yesterday, along with, let's not forget, WIZZES Club.
Oh yeah, I was literally about to mention it. You just stole my words. And WIZZES Club and MABETEX Esports yesterday had quite a phenomenal day, and that's why they found themselves in the 6th and the 5th spot. And the 5th spot is WIZZES Club, and that back-to-back chicken dinner and even a consistent performance in the end kind of helped them get there. But as I said, now they're breached inside the top 5. That means now all the big dogs are going to be eyeing them out. They are going to be hot target inside the lobby. So their position, there's a big chance they might be compromised unless if they're able to replicate the similar sort of performance what they showed yesterday. But there is, of course, a change in the schedule. We're not going to be kicking things off at Sanhok today. So again, the schedule keeps on changing. It keeps on moving around. So teams will need to adapt to it.
Well, teams will definitely need to adapt to the pressure because, as you so perfectly mentioned, all the teams that performed yesterday are going to be put in an incredible amount of pressure today. But again, on our screens is a comparison of how the third day of the second week went for Skylight Gaming and WIZZES Club. And as you guys can clearly see, I mean, it was quite a close sort of finish for both the teams. The only difference being that it was the last game of the day that WIZZES Club that did not work out for the side of WIZZES Club. They were 16th with just 1 elimination in that match. On the other side, Skylight Gaming throughout the day did manage to put decent results consistently on the board. Their first game, they finished 5 with 5 eliminations, not bad. Their second game, they finished 2nd with 9 eliminations. Then they went on to finish 7th with 3 eliminations to the board. That's like, I believe, 4 or 5 points secured from that game, which was not a bad finish. That was their worst game of the day. In the last game, they got a chicken with 7 eliminations. So Skylight Gaming, they managed to be consistent so far, but the day before that, it wasn't really looking too good for them. It was all finishes in the double digits. They won 1 game as well, but the rest of the 3 games were not really that great from their side. And I think that is something that Skylight Gaming need to be wary about. They are doing really well for themselves. They have the momentum in control. Just keep the ball rolling.
I mean, we're still waiting for teams like ITC to activate inside the lobby, right?
Ooh, yes.
You can't forget about a monsters team like ITC, and we know what they're capable of as well. They're just waiting for the right moment to strike, and I think so today might just be that right moment because we've seen, right, John, even in the previous week, they didn't really show up at the start that well, but then they just had one great day, and that just breached them inside the top 5, and they just stayed in that top 5 for a really long time. So ITC, they definitely have the caliber to pull it off. Another team that really hasn't been able to perform until now is 1952. With the way they played, the performance they showcased inside the week 1. Up till now, nothing has been similar to what they showed in the week 1. And I don't know what to say about this one. I'm really not going to comment a lot because then I would just look like a hater. But it just really seems like the 1952 is not the 1952 that we saw.
Exactly. I completely agree with that. But we will discuss the performances of the team in a short while, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we do have something exciting to show you.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ हैन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहा हुन्छ अब के गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिए भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को लभ यु गाइस
You guys know what to do, right? F in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, go watch the show right after the broadcast is done, though. But Necro, I think there are going to be definitely a lot of Fs in the chat for the teams that do underperform today.
Without a doubt, second last day, a lot of pressure. Week 2, actually, and week 2 is usually the week of comeback. We did see a lot of comebacks over here, and inside the week 2, yeah, I have been quite astonished, but some of those teams are not able to keep the performance flowing. As you brought up, A1NB. Now, this name is a big name. They have a lot of fan base too. It's understandable. They don't really have two of their main players playing inside the roster for now, but still, the way they've been able to adapt inside the week 2, they are looking pretty phenomenal, and I feel like the uphill curve for that performance should be seen even more, but instead now the performance is on a downhill. They will need to talk with each other once again. They will need to talk to their coach, whatever they have, or they'll need to just overall try and figure stuff out. What is going on wrong? Where is the communication lacking? What sort of things need to be patched up inside the team? Because one thing I can tell you guys, even though A1NB, they look really good inside week 2, there were a lot of potholes. There were a lot of little holes inside the strategies where they could have been abused easily, but somehow they used to come out on top. Even that Miramar game where A1NB won, there were a lot of mistakes made, but they still won just because in the end they realized, okay, if they do take a lot of fights, they will end up just dying. So it's rather better to just stay back and stay safe. We did see them overextend at some point, but then they started losing out on players, so they just decided to stay back.
Exactly, but before we move on to the first game of the day, we do have the team stats for Erangel, teams to watch out for. Now, everyone knows Godlike Stalwart, they are the most deadly team inside of the lobby right now, but then you have to be extremely cautious about what Deadeye's guys are doing. High voltage as well, extremely consistent these days, and also the side of WIZZES Club. But ladies and gentlemen, since this is the first game of the day, DE won't be playing, so there are 3 deadly teams still remaining. Group E is not going to be playing in the first game, so Deadeye's guys are out. 1952, Janmara and Gremlin Storm will be sitting out as well. But as I was saying, and as Necro was saying as well, Necro talking about A1 Esports, one thing I want to add is the fact that you yourself mentioned a few days ago that it is just the fact that they double guess themselves, they second guess themselves when running into those team fights. And what day 1 and day 2 of this week proved for A1 Esports is the fact that they have the firepower to take on anyone inside this lobby. As long as they commit to the fight completely, they will come out on top. There's a high probability they will come out on top, because every single game where they did really well for themselves, where they finished in the top 5, where they finished in the top 2, were the matches where they were being hyper aggressive. That one win that you were talking about, they got 11 finishes in that game. So it is going to be important for A1 Esports to stop second guessing themselves, be confident in their skills as a team, and then just push through those team fights. They do that quite nicely. If they do it today, I think they're going to get a lot of points.
And one more thing that I've noticed about this team is that, okay, they have done phenomenal inside week 2. Let's analyze and go back to week 1. Whenever they try to make a rotation inside the circle, they never looked confident in their entry.
Yes.
And you need to look confident because you're entering inside a territory that might be guarded by a lot of people. And if you're not confident with your presence, if you're not confident with your entry and the approach that you're bringing inside the circle, then things can go down south. And again, as I said, good fights and bad fights, you need to realize, okay, if this fight is worth taking or not. If it's not, if you think you're going to be ending up with a lot of casualties on it yourself, then just try and skip the fight, or maybe try and play it a little bit more passively and find some other route around. But with that being said, Johnny, time to put some predictions on the table as well. Which team you think you're going to go with? I'm still on the lead, by the way.
I know, I do see that, and I did expect you to call it out as well. But since we have been talking about A1NB so much, and we've been very critical of them about just lacking confidence, I think I'll just give them a boost this time around. I'm going to go with an A1 Esports.
Okay, they're going to get wiped right off the bat. I'm sad for them.
I think they will do well in this game. I feel the team has what it takes, and I think they will do well in this game, because that has been the case for the last few days. Every single time, the first game, whichever team we are being extremely critical about, whichever team we are talking about, they end up winning.
Well, all right, Johnny. I like the optimism. You know, I love it, but I'm gonna go with.
Are you going to say Godlike Stalwart?
No, high voltage, man. I went with high voltage. I mean, look, they are on the first spot. They know the competition's approaching from the back. They cannot sit back and relax anymore. There's a lot of teams just eyeing out on them. They are the hot target currently inside the lobby. So high voltage. Now, if you dial back years, right, previous year, high voltage, you remember it was a complete different set of players. If I'm not wrong, it was Assassin, Cloud, and couple of other players I don't exactly remember. My memory is not that sharp, but I remember those other set of players. And since then, this banner just resembles tacticality, methodical approach, and a passive approach inside the game. It is not essentially bad. No, passive approach usually means that you just like to play things a little bit more tactically. You just have a lot of patience in you, and you do not want to take the fights head on. And this is what we've seen from the side of High Voltage. We see them in a head-on collision, so rare, but usually they're so good at breaching inside the circles. They're so good at overall playing the game tactically with their rotations and just the micro adjustments they make. High Voltage, that is what really something separates them from the other teams.
Exactly. They're the polar opposite of what Godlike Stalwart is. Godlike Stalwart is a team about raw aggression, and High Voltage is completely opposite in the sense
You forgot
that...
IHC?
Yeah, IHC as well. But IHC is in, like, they're doing their own thing. I don't
They're
think
headless
they
chickens.
Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure no matter what happened, no matter how low we see IHC drop, they will still make it to the living game. And in the finals, we're going to see them into the true form because... I have no idea, but that's how they like to do it every single time
Swag.
PMPL is around. Yeah, swag points. I give out swag points, though. Coming back to the conversation, I completely agree with you what you said about High Voltage. They are extremely tactical, and it has been working out quite nicely for them. They're sitting way above a team that has secured 3 chicken dinners without any chicken dinners on the board. And they have been doing that because of how consistent they are in their game. But is this first game going to work out for them? We are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as the game is underway. We do see the trajectory of the plane starting all the way from Kameshki and going towards the western edge of the military base.
Ooh, I mean, the plane flat path is not that bad, but again, teams that likes to go to our Georgia Pole, they're going to have a bit of a struggle here. I'm speaking about IHC. They like to go to our Georgia Pole, and it's going to be quite a long glide for them. I think so they will need to drop halfway and then probably go towards Georgia Pole. So there is a potential chance that we might just see some early clashes. But right now, High Voltage exiting out towards school. We also see Seal on the board as well. That means Skylights Gaming is not going to go to Yasna Poliana. They know it's a big threat for them. And speaking of Seal, Johnny, I feel like we have really touched up less on this team because they just haven't really been getting that limelight, right? There are these fights where they're trying to shine through it. I would say Seal is a team that has the individual talent. I said individual talent. But when it comes to a team and merging together, they're having a lot of troubles.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, the 4v4s haven't really been working out for the team. And as you mentioned, the lads also are quite new. I think that adds to the fact that they would feel a little underconfident at this level. But still, they are putting up decent numbers on the board. So there will be small little things to complain about, but I think focusing on the bigger picture here, what is Sandesh up to, my friend? Your team is towards Severnia. You've decided to basically eject where the flight path ends. I believe we are headed towards a reset.
What is this circle?
Seems what is like everything's going wrong in this match.
Dude, that circle. I low-key like it. I'm not going to lie. And look at Skylights Gaming. My finish is all the way in Lipovka, while the rest 3 players are in that one single IHC member. And that is not a good news. IHC are in a big world of trouble. While at the same time, he's managed to shut down 1 player from the side of Skylights Gaming. What just happened? Speak of the emotions being turned around in this one. Speak about the tables being turned. And IHC is just doing that exact thing against the players of Skylights Gaming. Skylights Gaming probably thought that they should be able to take on over the players of IHC, but that was not the case. IHC just did some light work on the players of Skylights Gaming, and now they're on a run towards Shelter. Oh, that's not the thing, Johnny. You remember IHC's old drop spot was Shelter? And since Yasna Poliana is taken, Skylight Gaming decides to go to her Shelter as well. And now the planned flat path wasn't really favoring Georgia Pole. IHC decided to drop inside Shelter, and this was a big drop clash. But 1 player from the side of Skylights Gaming realized that exact fact and dropped inside Lipovka. Oh, now it just clicked in my mind.
Yeah, I just wish Mafia Ninja had informed the rest of this team, like, guys, it's not a good idea to push. They know the terrain like the back of their hands.
He just scammed them.
Oh, boy. Remember the Uno reverse card you mentioned yesterday? I think IHC just found it.
Yeah, they probably just pulled it off, I mean, they were like, at this point, if this keeps on happening, if Skylights Gaming are just being beaten on their own drop spots over and over again, they're gonna be homeless. It's tough, man.
But it was sort of also unlucky on Skylight Gaming's part because, as you mentioned, yeah, IHC, it was their drop spot a while ago, but it was also a while ago. I think it's been more than a year that they haven't dropped towards Shelter unless it was like absolutely necessary in a situation like this. So even Skylight Gaming wouldn't have been able to predict, like, all right,
I mean,
this is how this fight is going to go. And also unlucky for them, the two lads from the side of IHC had found weapons. One was a UMP and the other one was PP Bison.
How lucky, man. In that little shack, they found the weapons. I swear, Johnny, sometimes those are one of the most annoying things. And that is usually me, you know? When I am in a fight with someone and I drop on the road and there's one shack and there's one more enemy with me, that enemy somehow gets the weapon, man. I swear. It's just something, you know?
It's just something.
It's something, man. It's unluck, I would say. It's just unluck.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky, yeah. I mean, you can ask Unch, man. I'm not a bad player, you know? I'm pretty good.
We both know if I'm going to ask him that question, what he's going to say.
He only has one answer about me, man. That's the only answer he'll give me.
We can't say it on the broadcast, though.
Yeah, we cannot. But
so he's going to say Necro is a great player?
If he says that, that'll be nice. I mean, that will be straight facts, you know. That will not be like he's lying. That'll be straight facts. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for now, Godlike Stalwart on our screens. Nothing much to speak about them other than that they're gods, and right now they're just shooting at some ghosts. As I said, they're gods. They can see ghosts.
Well, but let's see which other teams are they going to turn into ghosts in a few short moments. At least for now, towards Nova Repnoi, as it has always been, no one is going to challenge them because no one wants to risk getting wiped out within the first 2 minutes of the game. That is what happened the last time. Right?
Okay.
Who gave him a car? Don't let this man drive.
Oh boy, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be happy that you said that. Now he's going to challenge you for a race, Johnny.
I'm going to send you them. You'll be my proxy.
Okay. So I'm kind of like your shield all the time. Just point me towards the enemy and let me tank it.
That's my secret attack. Necro go kill.
Ooh, I like that. Secret weapon. But with that being said, we speak about Elementrix, and in week 2, the struggle's being seen. The zone as well hasn't really been their friend a lot of the time. So Elementrix kind of struggling when it comes to breaching inside the circle. IT, on the other hand, though, A1 and B in the front lines. Again, that shouldn't be that tough of a task. A1 and B, they do look a little lost. On the other hand, IC as well, they're not in a great stand themselves because IC is the only man in the close line. So I'm not sure if this is a good fight or not, because if IC gets knocked out, then IHC will just crumble down. Oh, those are some nice shots. How did he even see them? But on the other hand, MABETEX Esports losing out on Leo.
I think the game is trying to make up with us for what happened in yesterday's Erangel, where the games in the early stage were extremely slow. Today, we are seeing a lot of action already. MABETEX have lost one player as well, and DAX, they are looking for the other lads now. As soon as they find them, they are going to go for a push. But it's going to be a little difficult considering they are out in the open, and MABETEX now have decent cover for themselves. On the other side, though, what is MABETEX going to do? They have two options. Either they can fall further back, disengage completely, or just wait for the players from DAX to reveal themselves on the ridge so they can try and find an opening that way. It's just Apex and Baron next to the player from their team that died. You can see the other player on the radar a little bit further behind from the rest of his team, but IHC going for a push on the players of DRS. Godless leading the charge, has taken a slight damage already.
Speak of taking a slight damage, Godless is just all by himself inside this little compound. No cavalry just yet. There's one more player in the back, though. He can try to provide that cover fire, but I mean, Godless is capable of great things. No fingers pointed, but if all these three players decide to breach inside that little compound, then things might just go south, but that's not going to be the case. The cavalry arrives as IT is going to be way much more stronger than anyone thought. They're looking like a Thor's hammer who's striking in, even way much more stronger. Godless in the front. Nate's going to be tossed in. But, the nades are not going to find any sort of connections just yet. Alex is knocked out. Demo wants to go for the res on the fallen player. Demo as well pushing up a little back. DRS being a real menace for the players of IT. But there is a big chance that Alex might just be taken away from this game. On the other hand, even Icy gets knocked out. I mentioned this, Shawnee. I'm not sure if this is a good fight or not. Icy was all by himself up against the players of A1 Esports, and there you go. He gets knocked out. Now IT's in a big world of trouble, and this is why I always keep on saying IT is one of those teams that just doesn't care, man. If they see an enemy in the front, they will take the fight no matter what.
Yeah. They don't analyze the situation until it's too late, and now with 2 players down on their knees, IHC looking to recover. Sinister better be careful, because in a few short moments, he will have to face the full wrath of the players of IHC as they head to save Icy. He's still checking the surroundings. I think you better finish that player and regroup with your team. And now finally securing the finish of IHC. Sinister is going to smoke up on the crate and move to see if he can get some decent loot from IC's crate over there, while in the meanwhile the other players from the side of IHC are just going to look to surround this position to see if they can trade their fallen comrade out. On the other side, we do have the airdrop number 1 dropping on the map. You guys can see it just just east of Yasna and north of Lipovka. Does have the MG3 in it. I think this circle works out quite nicely for Skylight Gaming, since they have already moved towards Milta Power, and also from Venom Legends. They like to start from the eastern edge of the map. They have been basically at ground zero from the start.
Let's speak of that, and still a tough outing for the players of IT. They've lost out on 1 player. Hurts to see them lose out on that, man. Godlike Stalwart, 3 players in the front of DRS, and they will still need to try and play this one a little safer. As DRS, they're already on a man deficit. It should be a 3-on-4 situation. Dax up against the players of Seal. Shots were fired. The information definitely is communicated, but Seal, they're not going to peek out just yet. They need to keep their heads tucked down because they have quite a big separation, especially the player inside the warehouse. If his position is thrown away just like that, then that player should be taken down soon enough, because he's isolated all by himself. And Dax, that is the opening that they really need.
TRS on our screens. They have a lot of movement around them, but action from the side of Stalwart Esports has spotted out DE Warriors. Top is the man finding the first pick, while the rest of the team is shooting on those moving buggies out in the open. 1 more knock secured by Spry, so they get 2 picks, and it is turning out to be a horrible rotation for DE Warriors. It's turning out to be a nightmare for them, but DRS to the rescue as action is going to be finished off. Top knockdown as well. Stalwart Esport in a world of hurt. Godlike Stalwart, they do seem to find themselves in an interesting position from where it should not be too difficult for them to recover. But still, a sandwich is a sandwich.
Yeah. And it is quite tasty.
Yep.
The circle keeps on being a big problem. A decent amount of circle is still inside waterline, so that means not a lot of land surface to play around with. DE Warriors, with quite a rowdy rotation, did get caught off guard, lost out on 2 of the players, and now they only have 2 more to play with. Sneaks and East. Definitely in a big world of trouble. As long as the circle keeps on shifting on top of them, they shouldn't have any problem. But if the circle takes a drastic shift away, that's when problems will start knocking their doors. Even Skylight Gaming, they themselves are taking quite a long rotation all the way from the right side. And yeah, the circle takes a drastic shift away. Up north, all the teams down south, they will need to try and move up north now. Skylight Gaming should not have any sort of problems. They can again try to rotate back from the path they came in. But teams like DEW, they're going to have big trouble. Even Stalwart Esports, they're now in a big problem as DRS. They're looking to keep them out the game. They're looking to hold them off the bay, but DRS themselves, they're outside the circle. So not a lot of time can be wasted here.
Yeah, and Shelter is a very interesting position. If you don't get there early, you're going to be in a world of hurt just on the edge of the circle. Godlike Stalwart, top on his knees again. DRS putting them under a lot of pressure right now. And as you mentioned, Necro, they have to think about their rotation as well. If they stay in the blue zone for a few short moments as well, that will swing the advantage of a future fight in the favor of a team that's inside the zone that hasn't taken damage from the blue zone. So they have 4 seconds before the blue zone starts to move in. They have a couple of extra seconds before they are going to be forced to move into the safe zone, since the 4th blue zone is definitely going to dish out a lot of damage upon them. And I think DRS, they themselves realize this, as they have disengaged from the players of Godlike Stalwart and have started to move, looking for a way in.
Oh, it's been quite a long time, you know. I haven't really seen a lot of those bolt action snipe shots, man.
Yeah.
I want to see those one taps, bro. I want to see that one tap dirt nap. Have you ever heard about that?
I think we have seen them in the past.
Yeah, just like crack the skull open like an egg. But
It would be more fun if that happened on Miramar. Then it's actually a one-tap dirt nap.
Makes sense, yeah. But MABETEX, for now, inside a little bowel. And I am not a big fan of these positions. I told you the reason as well in the past. It's so easy to chuck a nade inside. And the nade usually turns out to be quite perfectly placed as well, because it's a bow. And at the end of the day, the nade is going to come down to center. So these type of positions, not really a big fan, unless if you know there's no teams nearby you. And right now, there is no team nearby the players of MABETEX Esports, but they're barely on the edge. That is not a position they can rely on. They still need to move inside. If the circle takes a drastic shift away, even from them, the problems will continue for them as well. DUW, I said they will be probably in a big trouble, and that's what seems like. They are making a rotation, but they are soon about to run into the players of Venom Legends. MABETEX Esports, they got a little casualty onto themselves, where the team in the front was able to find a knockout. It was the players of Seal. For now, things are looking pretty peaceful on this side. It is the trifecta of death, but not just yet.
Well, let's see though. As you mentioned, the trifecta of death, it seems like MABETEX have fallen right in the middle of it. They have lost one more player, Apex and Baron, the sole survivors, well, the duo surviving for the team right now. And Seal Esports was the squad which found the pick. Now they are distracted by the players of TRZ rotating right in front of their eyes. Kese going for a spray with the Scar Rail. The shots not connecting at all. No damage dished out. But Seal, they also will have to move if they want to find a good cover for themselves inside the zone. They're not too far away, just 200 meters to go. But those 200 meters, they won't be easy to cover. On the other side, we do see Jane out in the open as well. Lucifer trying to connect those burst shots upon him. Few do connect, but not enough to find any significant opening. Jane on the other side does drop one of the players from the side of MABETEX to the floor.
T2K again, a questionable rotation. Jane's out in the open, nowhere to go. Pinned behind the little buggy, pretty much in a deadlock. IT losing out on Godless. IT again, the woes continue. Nowhere to go away, nowhere to escape from that one. Baron as well in quite a tricky spot near the little warehouses inside prison. TRZ, they're just grouped up in that main building, and they're going to start climbing up top. Right now, they're just clearing the building as much as possible. Building seems pretty clear. TRZ is pretty safe as well, but I'm not sure if the roof is going to be that safe. I don't think so. You guys should go on top of that terrace. You should just try and play inside the building, peek out through the windows. You will be able to wrap up a decent amount of elimination points, or there is at least Baron in the front, but his position still not compromised. Dax, on the other hand, finally finding a little blood on their hand as they found the first opening against the players to Seal. Lucifer's down, Spooky's inside that little bunker, and Spooky's not willing to give it up.
Oh boy, he wants to stay in as long as possible. Dax doing an incredible job just taking on the players of Seal Esports. Spike is going to run in with the nade in his hand, and it's going to be lofted towards that last surviving player from the side of Seal Esports as well. But Dax, now they have to reset as all eyes are upon them, and they are being gatekept from the zone. 14 teams inside of the game, as MABETEX do end up getting eliminated just now. But Spooky, he's still surviving in the bunker. He still managed to stay alive, even though he has been cornered. Casey and Zake on the other side. And they're gatekeeping the players of DRS themselves.
Yeah, he did use that vehicle to block the way, so no one was able to enter inside the bunker. And that's what the players of Dax realized, so it's not worthwhile chasing that man down. On the other hand, Seal still have two of the players outside. Casey and Zake, and they're on a move as well. And both of them are on a rescue mission for the player who's trapped inside that bunker. But it's going to be quite next to impossible. Out in the open, Raw will find the opening against the players of Dax's. 2 players are going to crumble down. 2 more to go. Raw, they should be on a killing spree here. They found 2. And still, the 2 players are inside the smoke, shrouding themselves. The nades are being tossed in from both the sides. Utilities being exchanged, but on the other hand, Raw's utilities are finding their mark pretty easily. As Dax, they're quite exposed. They don't really have a lot of cover to play with. Another nade's going to sail in. That's going to bring down Struggle even lower. And now Dax is catching fire from somewhere else. ParaGD crawls inside the smoke just to stay alive for a little longer. Struggle is just gonna run into his death as High Voltage is holding on top of that hill, but still somehow he's making it out alive. How is this man alive up till now? He's all by himself. He's struggling to even make a rotation out of there. But somehow he still found himself on the right side, but not anymore.
He almost got through, he almost made it to the other side, but the rear left on that buggy was blown to smithereens, and because of that, a lot of time was lost in that rotation process, but we're down to 11 teams, and Raw in the crosses of Zeke from Seal Esports, the UMP doing wonders. The Molotov is going to be lobbed behind the tree to pull Incus out from cover. Well, he's barely managed to stay behind the smoke, playing right behind the edge for now. And Raw have utilized the time to go for revive on Liquid, but Liquid, he runs face first into the spray from Zeke and is going to be knocked out, smoking the backline. Still a 3v2 situation that Seal Esports are playing quite nicely as well. They have made sure the numbers are going to be equal in this fight, and the HP bars of the players of Raw are going to be extremely low for Seal Esports to secure easy finishes on the opposition. But Smokey, he's taking damage from the blue zone. He's going to have to keep on healing if he wants to be careful. Incus has put on a first aid and now tries to deter the pressure from the players of Seal Esports. But High Voltage coming in from the flank will drop Smokey to his knees. Incus still zoned in on opposition on the team right in front. Does find the opening. But will it be enough to save him? Get some extra placement points, and, well, we get the answer right there.
Yep. Raw out the fray with 6 elimination points, and Mad Cat's on fire, drop and roll, he's way too low. Is he gonna survive? No, barely on a slither of health on 1 HP. Somehow he's alive, but finally will drop down as IC Demo is gonna welcome him. IC still with 2 players, they're somehow barely hanging on the edge. And they're now almost on the verge of wiping out the entire existence of TRZ. Mad Cat still knocked out, and IC is on a prowl. They're on a hunt for that final man of TRZ, but he's not going to give it away. He's not going to blow his cover just yet. Still making sure he's staying as safe as possible. And behind that little cover, trying to hide, trying to survive for as long. But the teams inside prison, they're screwed big time, Johnny. There's no way out.
Yeah, there is no way out for them, as you mentioned. As soon as the zone moves away, they're going to have to step out in the open. They're going to be completely exposed when they do that. On the other side, Scry pinned down by Precious, but Precious also needs to be extremely careful. They are the lads that are going to push the ridge. Team of Skylight Gaming right behind where Scry is, and Elementrix as well. So Elementrix, they have to be extremely quick about this fight, since they are going to have to push towards the zone themselves. Yep. And Yeta, realizing that time is of the essence, is going to be extremely aggressive in collecting the information and making sure Scry is not going to survive any longer as well, securing that pick for his teams. And now we are down to 7 teams, 19 players surviving. A1NB Necro, they're doing so well for themselves in this particular game. They managed to keep all 4 players alive, and they have secured just 1 elimination up until now.
Play it safe and keep your heads tucked down. That's the main strategy for the players of A1NB. Let the other teams duke it out and try and rely on your rotation and position even more. I love that tactic. Just bring in a little bit of more passiveness in the game, but it's completely okay. As long as you're able to come out on top, that's all that really matters. On the other hand, though, T2K learning from their mistakes, and now they're looking like a well-synchronized team inside the lobby. Skylights Gaming as well. I mean, Skylights Gaming, they've always been on that uphill curve no matter what. Even in the overall league standings, they're in quite a decent positioning. But yeah, as you brought it up, A1NB, they had all the 4 players alive just a second ago, but now they're dropped down to a 3-man squad. That means there is a threat lingering around them. They're going to push the final man of TRZ. Alex is on fire. Can he afford to stay over there for longer? But for now, he's alive. Yeah, he's out of the range, so the Molotov's not going to be spreading inside that room. Alex is okay, and I'd see they've managed to wipe out the entire existence of TRC as High Voltage and T2K is about to happen soon.
Well, but look at this, T2K and High Voltage, as you mentioned, the fight is going to break out, and Malik being extremely smart about how he wants to approach the situation and get the information on the opposition. He was sitting on the backseat of the buggy, looking beyond the smoke, and he got the information of the position of the players of T2K, did lob a nade on the opposition, but now he's too close to the players of T2K. High Voltage just going for a high risk, high reward play right there, but Elementrix, they are down to their last player, as Yeta Uta is going to be right next to the players from Skylight Gaming, and I don't think it's going to be easy for him to survive as well. He's going to get finished off soon. High Voltage, they're dropping the players of A1NB now. Sinister is going to be taken down. Gajor extremely low. He's going to lob a nade towards the players of High Voltage, but will it get a few knocks at least, as Malik is going to be traded out, but with 3 players down, the entire pressure of keeping A1 Esport alive does fall on Sinister and Hitman, in fact, as I believe one of them is going for a revive on the other. It was Hitman going for a revive on Sinister, and now he's going to make sure Gajor is going to be back on his feet as well.
T2K, last circle is being dominated by them as the circle has graced them with their presence. Now it's up to them to beat the Guardian Angels and try and hold teams off at bay. Even teams like IT, they're still stuck inside that dip. Nowhere to go. How are they going to try to make it out alive, Johnny? Next to impossible, because at this point, you cannot even make it out of that little prison dip. But on the other hand, A1 Esports, they've already lost out on 1 player. Yeah, questionable decision, definitely. But now they're dropped down to a 2-man squad. High Voltage, on the other hand, they've also lost out on 1 player themselves. He's knocked out. Praveen being way too aggressive. Maybe he should try and take things a little slow. Praveen all by himself. He's going to drop down 1 more player, but High Voltage... that fight was quite scrappy.
Yeah, it was a scrappy decision right there, but A1 Esport made so many mistakes. High Voltage, I have to say, the reason they lost was the fact that there was another team focusing in on them from their left, and they got a little too complacent about the fact that those guys got T2K, in fact, was that team. T2K got distracted for a few short moments, but we're down to 5 teams, 11 players still surviving, and now T2K decide to focus in, zone in on the players of A1 Esport. Sinister is going to be knocked and finished, and Gajor and Hitman, all that are remaining for the side of A1NB. In the meanwhile, though, Skylight Gaming up against the players of IHC. This fight happened a few short moments ago. IHC have backed off as only 2 players remain from the side. It is Demo and Alex still left standing, and it seems like they are aware of exactly where the lads from the side of T2K are going to be. Legend extremely low, gets up, take a few shots, is going to be dropped down instantly, and now Jane has been spotted out as well. Demo moving in his direction is going to look to finish off Train to Kill next.
Yep, instantly put back to sleep, and now it's time for Jane as well. It's bedtime, Jane. It's time to sleep. You've already worked out quite hard. That could have been really bad, but barely survived. Somehow, Elementrix in the top 3. IHC being the biggest contenders right now, the biggest enemies, the biggest rivals for any single team inside the game. Skylights Gaming with 3 players. They definitely are losing out on 1 player, but Skylights Gaming is the strongest team currently inside the circle. They have the man advantage available. IT with 2, Elementrix with only 1. Yitoutia's position was compromised, and that's why Mafia Ninja does not want to give a lot of sound keys away. He knows there is someone lingering around in this vicinity. So Mafia Ninja wants a little glimmer. As soon as he does, it will try to eliminate him out the game, and they will also have a good positional advantage over the players of IT. 15 seconds. And the next circle is going to start to close in as well. Not a lot of time left. The time's ticking, and teams will need to find a beat on the timing.
Oh, timing is definitely going to be key to winning this game. Elementrix, kudos to Yeta Uta for making it into the top 3 away. It wasn't easy. He was the last man surviving for his team for so long. IHC as well. They've been fighting literally since the start of the game, and they have been fighting against Skylight Gaming. By the way, Skylight Gaming, the only player that has gone down, went down to the players of IHC. So these 2 teams making it till this late in the game is quite incredible. But also, to be fair, they've been smack in the center of the circle since the start. So a lot of opportunity for them to stay safe, but only one of them will walk away with the chicken dinner of this game.
Yeah.
And it seems like IHC, they are prioritizing the teams, the individuals that are left in the game before they move on to take on the players of Skylight Gaming. They want to pick off Yeta.
This is probably the most mature we've seen IHC in a long time.
Yeah, true.
This is IHC. And they realize they're so close to that chicken dinner, so they do not want to just blow it away like that. Now they're close, so they want to take it no matter what. But the nades has sailing right on the target perfectly. Mafia Ninja somehow has the eagle eyes, and he's able to just shut down these players like it's nothing. Demo all by himself, and he will be sniffed out as well as IHC taking out the fray. And Skylight Gaming, they're going to kick things off on a fantastic note.
Well, what was that win right there? Those last two nades. Mafia Ninja, as you mentioned, eagle eyes, X-ray vision is what he had on his eyes. Like literally picture perfect nading skills from Mafia Ninja. And to be fair, at a certain point, we thought he messed up because he was being too over eager to charge in those fights. He could have easily been finished off as well. But again, it was, I think, a brilliant play from Skylight Gaming because as soon as IHC disengaged from Skylight Gaming and gave them breathing space, they backed off. They took the high ground advantage, and from there, they were just watching. They were watching the players of IHC, they were watching the players of T2K and Yeta from Elementrix and seeing where these lads were and what they were doing. Skylight Gaming, they took their sweet time, and this is why it is sometimes important to back away from the fight, because then you get all this information to close out this game as easily as possible. So kudos to Skylight Gaming, perfect timing on the execute right there in the very end. But this was just the first game of the day. They have to win a few more if they want to get those points.
I mean, they will definitely need those points without a doubt, Johnny. But as we do continue our conversation, we'll just throw to a short break and we'll be right back.
Yes.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ हैन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहा हुन्छ अब के गर्ने गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिए भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को हो लभ यु गाइस
F in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That's the name of the show, and I think we are going to see a lot of Fs in the chat for a lot of the teams that did in fact stand a possible chance of winning the previous match, but a few mistakes and they lost the chicken dinner. Otherwise, they would have been full right now. But moving forward, Necro, Skylight Gaming, as we talked about them, perfectly played that final situation, backing off at the right time and coming back into the action right at the right time as well. But on the other side, do you think A1 Esports could have gone on to win this game? Because I think so. They had 4 players. They lost 1. They still had 3 players, but they weren't really, again, it's the same thing. Double guessing themselves in a few situations.
I mean, I pointed this out in the game as well. They were playing way too passive, Johnny. I understand you don't want to take a lot of fights. You don't want to take that extra risks. But sometimes when the teams are pushing up against you and you're getting challenged for a battle, you cannot just stay quiet. You cannot just, you know, try and play passive. No, you need to fight back. You need to hold your position down. And that's what we see A1 Esports lacking in. Yeah, they were able to survive for a really long time, but they were just not able to fight for themselves. They were not able to fight for that spot.
Exactly, and it was key, that fight against High Voltage, because High Voltage were already, I believe, 2 players down at that point, and yet they made sure that A1NB was going to be down to 1 after they were done with them. But we do have the MVP of the game on our screens, and it is going to be Alex from the side of IHC, securing 5 eliminations for his team, 847 damage dished out, and also 27 minutes, 35 seconds of survival time. Today is going to be a long day. The game was extremely slow in the very end.
I mean, Alex, I would say the survival time and being able to stay alive for that long, you don't really see a lot from this man because he likes to play in the front lines, and usually he is the first casualty whenever a fight does break down. So, yeah, well done from the side of Alex. I'm not really blaming him for just going down first. It's just his job. He's the entry fragger from the team, and that's why he's called the entry. He always enters inside a building or wherever they want to enter in. He's the first man who is going to be going head first and try to find some elimination points. On the other hand, as you have the player focus in front of us, and Jane as well has found himself in the decent shoes with 5 elimination points and damage numbers of 723. Then you have Demo from the side of IT too. IT, overall, as you do take a look at the match summary, of course, Alex is going to be all over the place. He just popped off in that game. AJ with the highest assist. Have you noticed one thing, though, Johnny?
Yeah.
Since Demo has joined the squad of IT, I feel like he's playing more sort of like a support role. He's sort of like a person who's holding back.
Yeah.
Do you feel
you know
like
why? Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because the other lads never stop running away towards a fight. They don't like to stop. As you mentioned during the game, this was the most tactical approach we've seen in how many matches had been? 20
No,
in the
since
first
I would
week.
say since season 3.
Yeah, this is the most tactical we've seen since season 3. INC is all about that aggression, and I think that is where Demo also got picked up, because in the previous season, he was one of the most aggressive players inside of the lobby, apart from IHC and Godlike Stalwart. So it is going to be important for him to keep up with the pace of the rest of the team, and he does do that sometimes, but it is also going to be important for him to be the person that reins in the rest of the squad in a few moments. Because otherwise, if they keep charging and if they keep running towards those fights one after the other, there is going to be a moment where they are going to run into 2 teams at the same time and they're going to be outnumbered.
I mean, speak of getting outnumbered, Godlike Gaming, they had the most amount of men alive in the end, and that's why they pretty much came out on top. And those nades from the side of Mafia Ninja were just perfectly placed, but still, at the end of the day, they didn't really get a lot of elimination points, only 5 elimination points, and that's going to be total 20 points. So that's why IT, they found themselves in the first spot in the match rankings, which is understandable. IT were just going all guns blazing. This is what they're known for. But I see, man, this is something I literally called as soon as I saw him in that spot. And I pretty much just guessed the future. I was like, okay, this is doable. It is not impossible. A1 Esports is in front of you. And from what I've known, A1 Esports, they like to shy away from the fights. Even if IC could have taken that fight, and if you would have been the first man to take that fight and at least fight a knockout, then A1 Esports would have been pushed into a state of discomfort. But then that was not the case. IC took a couple of shots. He dealt a decent amount of damage on one player. He gave his position away, and then he got knocked out later on. And I literally said this. If IC gets knocked out, this is going to be really troublesome for the players of IT. And then the rest 2 players needed to back away because in the front was DRS.
Yeah. I mean, completely, perfectly explained over there, because they only had one possible option: just get rid of the teams in the backlines, which were high voltage and A1NB, and then you get to focus on the front. They were playing literally quite close to the edge of the final circle, and it would have been very difficult had one of these teams stayed alive. High voltage T2K and the players of A1NB, so they took care of them quite nicely. But then from there on out, their plans went awry. The entire thing that I think, as you mentioned, the entire final moment for IHC over there relied on the fact that IC is going to survive. He's going to be the one closer to the opposition, and he was supposed to get that opening knock. But if the opening man, the entry, is going to be down, then you can't really do much. But ladies and gentlemen, the overall ranking, look at Skylight Gaming taking the first position away from High Voltage.
Ooh, we didn't see that coming. Skylight Gaming out of nowhere, just surprising all of us and taking that position away, even from a team like High Voltage, but only 1 point difference, Johnny. Not a lie. This is always just 1, 2, or 3 points difference. And even as you see, Godlike Stalwart, 136 points. Not a lot of points shy. Even Deadeye's guys really close. I mean, this is way too close for comfort. WIZZES Club, I would say that's a decent gap, but still not a lot of points. That is not a cushion. And WIZZES Club should be back in the upcoming games too, yeah?
Maybe. I mean, there's going to be a possibility for them to bounce up
Hopefully.
again in the later half of the day. But at least for now, I think everyone's going to be quite happy with the fact that, all right, things have slowed down for them, because yesterday they were looking just they were built different yesterday. But today, I think the opportunity is going to be there for them to bounce back as well. We have one Miramar happening and 3 Erangels as far as the schedule is concerned. Yes, one of them is already done and dusted. And then we have Miramar coming up next. After that, 2 Erangels back-to-back. And the last game of the day will be taking place on Sanhok. And as we were talking about with WIZZES Club, as you were talking about WIZZES Club, yesterday, majority of the numbers were put on the board on those Erangels.
Yeah, and I mean, Erangel map, as I said, every single team is really comfortable on it, and it's understandable too that teams aren't going to be able to put those numbers up on Erangel. And same thing is kind of sort of done with Miramar as well. Sanhok is the only map that brings in the variety, and that really does kind of challenge these teams as well. As I said, it's a smaller map, a lot of third parties happening. That means a lot of RNG included.
Yeah, a lot of RNG is going to be included inside of the game, but with that being said, I mean, Sanhok is also one of the stronger maps for all the Mongolian teams. We have seen them put consistent results on the board. Talking about IHC, talking about the lads from Godlike Stalwart, even the Warriors have always been consistent on this map in terms of getting those elimination numbers up. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how this game is going to go. For the other squads that are competing with them, especially high voltage. I mean, this is going to be a massive hit for them because they are not going to be playing this game. Group D, ladies and gentlemen, will be sitting out of this game, and Group E will be the group returning to the playing 16. So DE is going to be back. 1952 will get an opportunity now to perform along with Janmara and Gremlin Storm. The only 2 teams that are struggling from Group D are 1952 and Janmara, and they're not in a good spot. Gremlin Storm was struggling as well, but then they have a habit of having that one good game every single day that keeps them in a fighting position for the top 60. That has been the case up until now, but I don't know how it's going to go in the later stages.
Imagine there's one of those teams that is just like really struggling, and you always just see them barely qualify, right? On that 12th spot or on that 16th spot, and then in the grand finals, they just absolutely pop off. They just go Super Saiyan mode, and they just start going Ultra Instant mode, and they just start popping off inside the game. That has happened once in the past. I've seen that happen.
Yes.
So, yeah, there is a possibility that can happen. But, again, with that being said, it's time to make the prediction, and I'm going to rub it on your face once again, Johnny. Look at that. Number advantage.
There's no number right there.
I mean, it was just a while ago. It was shown, but not anymore. But yeah, but now the upcoming game in which Group D is going to be sitting it out. That means Godlike Gaming is not going to be there. Venom Legends, TRZ, and even High Voltage will not be there. And something I really wanted to speak about, and I always keep on forgetting about this. Keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. When your group is not playing, and when you especially have won that chicken dinner, you have the momentum flowing in your way. But just because your group is not playing, that momentum is going to be broken. That means this gives other team a lot of chance to try and capitalize.
Yeah, we saw the same thing happen yesterday with the players from WIZZES Club, where they had 2 wins back-to-back, and then the third game is where they were supposed to sit out, and the momentum was just lost. They were struggling in the last 2 games yesterday. So it is going to be very important for Skylight Gaming to make sure that when they come back in the next game after this Miramar, when they step back on the battleground in Erangel, they just make sure they play to bring the momentum back for themselves. But prediction for this game, Necro, I have this saying, you know, everyone has this saying. When in doubt, go with Godlike Stalwart.
What? Everyone? What? All right, you know what? I'm gonna go with their counterparts, their clones, DE Warriors. Let's go, man. Let's see who's got it. Let's see who's got it better this time inside this game. You know, you've went with Godlike Stalwart. I'm gonna go with their clones, DE Warriors. Let's find out how things are going to be looking like, because this is going to be quite heated up, because DE Warriors so far, they have been the sleeping giants, and as soon as they will start waking up as well, then we will probably see some nice pop-off moments. We've seen that happen in week 2, even a little glimmer of that inside the week 1 as well. So with that being said, as we have the plane flight path in front of us, starting all the way from somewhere on the bottom right, and yeah, it is starting from Impala towards all the way Valle del Mar. Now, an interesting plane flight path indeed, because it's tilted all the way down south, and this is going to push teams outside their comfort zone, and this means early collisions, Johnny, some early battles. Let's go.
Early fights in this particular game, and one of those early fights is something that has been going on for a while now. It is between the players from Dax and I believe Raw Official. The fight for El Pozo, but let's see what the game plan for the teams is going to be. Negro, since you have gone for a pick on, since you have picked the lads from DE Warriors, and my prediction for this game is Godlike Stalwart, I would love to see an uninterrupted 4v4 between these two teams in this game. If that happens, I think we will finally get to witness which one of these teams is, well, is better in terms of that raw firepower. But DE, we do see them taking exit towards the western side of the map along with the players of IHC and Raw Official. Look at that, interesting start. They've decided to drop towards Los Higos, I believe, and that's the perfect choice right there. The circle towards the southwestern part of the map. This is going to be a fun game.
Oh, this is not a circle that you see a lot of times, right? Quite a rare one too. Once in a blue moon type situation. But oh boy, I am excited for this game already. It's just got me pumped up. Raw is going all the way down south towards the prison island. So that is interesting. 1952 dropping inside Valle Del Mar, and we're already seeing some fights happen. As I said, early collisions, and this is what exactly happened inside the previous game too. Somehow On Top is able to survive because Elementrix, of course, didn't have the suitable guns to try and take a fight against that man. On Top already created a comfortable distance against the players of Elementrix. Giant Mara, the entire team's inside Picado. Elementrix outside Picado near the compounds. Elementrix, they need to go towards their designated drop spots because they will need to find the vehicles. And that's what they're exactly doing. Scouting for those vehicles over here.
Well, let's see, early stages of Miramar can be quite brutal if you're stuck out in the open and have no loot surrounded by the opposition. That's the worst possible situation to be in. Elementrix, they do realize Janmara is quite close to them and they have concrete cover available for themselves. So they will be extremely careful with how they approach the situation. But Vishal, from behind the ridge, is going to look to find the opening, but it's not going to work out as Elementrix thought. All the noise, all the commotion created by Elementrix is going to result in Janmara knocking out Orange. So the numbers are going to be dwindled down for a few short moments, but I think at this early in this game, in this map, you aren't going to push to even secure that finish. I think Janmara, they are going to utilize this breathing space to just back off.
Yeah, that's what they should exactly do, I think so. Because challenging a fight this early on, yeah, I don't think so. It's a good idea, especially if you are any one of these teams, right? Because even Giant Mara, they're struggling clearly big time in the overall rankings, and even Elementrix, they're on a struggling phase as well. So both these teams cannot afford to fight right now. They need to take a little break from that one. And speaking of Elementrix, Orange has been taken down way too low. And as I mentioned, Elementrix is a really good team when it comes to the defense, but they're kind of struggling when it comes to the aggression.
Well, at least they haven't completely lost their teammate. They were able to bring him back. Janmara as well. Decision making on point over there. Had they gone all in on that situation, Elementrix would have retaliated and they would have been able to pick off a few individuals from the side of Janmara as well. It's still the early game for now. And they find those vehicles that they were looking for, so it should be an easy rotation for them. On the other side, WIZZES Club on our screens. Do always like to start from the eastern side of the map. Quite close to A1 Esport as well this time.
WIZZES Club, all the 4 players still getting settled and comfortable inside the lobby. Still the early phase of the game, and oh man, Domain, yeah, is just counting it out. On top of the hill, has M4 available too. An M4 with 4X, with a decent attachments too. Somehow has managed to find that great loot. And now is on top of the hill, making sure there's no threat lingering around. I love this approach from the side of WIZZES Club. As long as or how much you are going to be cautious inside the lobby, that's going to pay you in the future. So for now, WIZZES Club, as I mentioned, still getting settled. And usually, even A1NB likes to drop inside the Los Leones area. So there should be a little drop collision here. And there is. But Los Leones is such a big city. These two teams, them crossing each other's eyes, the chances are way too low because A1NB is all the way on the opposite side, and on the other hand, WIZZES Club is all the way on the other side of the Los Leones. A1NB is still on a move though. They're still scouting out the grounds themselves. They don't want to go for any sort of extra risks. They just want to play things as slow and as cautious as possible. But sometimes they end up being way too slow and cautious.
Only sometimes, though. Other times, we're just waiting to see what the decision is going to be from their side. Are they going to back off, or are we going to see them run in? And those guys, they have been doing quite well for themselves since yesterday. And I believe it should not be too difficult for them to carry that momentum into the matches today. This is their first game of the day for the side of Deadeyes guys. And it is a game on Miramar where you have ample amount of time in the early stage of the match to decide how you want to play it based on what the trajectory was like and where the circle is. But DE, up until a few moments ago, were extremely close to the players of Deadeyes Warriors, DE Warriors. And now there's a bit of distance between the teams, but let's see how these teams want to play this one out.
DE Warriors still in that vicinity. I mean, Deadeyes guys is in the clotheslines, and this is what has been happening between these two teams all the time, is Deadeyes guys and DE Warriors. They have been really close to each other, but they've never fought each other once. It is kind of the similar situation inside Los Leones. And how things have been looking like between the players of Elementrix so far. I mean, they are moving in close to Monte Nuevo, and in Monte Nuevo there is IC waiting, and we know what IC can do, right? As soon as they see a team in the front, as soon as they see a player in the front, they would just not care anything about in the world, and they would just straight up push on them.
This is going to be quite intense now. T2K Legend, the buggy, almost getting blown up. It is on fire.
Ghost Rider.
Yep. Would have been so cool to have Ghost Rider in this game.
Oh, yeah.
But we have Legend. Cool. It was enough.
I mean, he is a legend, you know. Legend.
Just
legend.
like Ghost Rider.
So you're saying Ghost Rider's a legend?
I mean, isn't he?
I mean, he's not really a superhero.
Yeah, but he's pretty awesome. I don't care he's not a hero. He's awesome.
Yeah, I like the looks as well, you know? Like having fire on your skull and stuff. Pretty much like you were thrown inside a Molotov.
Yeah, but Hitman did not go for a molly right there. He lobbed a nade, a smoke.
Oh, no, that's a smoke, okay.
He lobbed a nade before that.
Yeah, I got scared for a second. I thought that was a little
too close.
Mistake. Yeah, I was like, okay, that's a little mistake here. He didn't mean to throw it there, but okay, then I realized it started blooming, and I was like, okay, that's a smoke. All right, well, it's understandable. Right. A1 on a retreat, though, as expected. As I said, they don't want any sort of bloodshed at the start. They don't want to be a part of any sort of fights right off the bat, so they are going to take things really safe, really, really, really safe till the final moments. And because of the circle as well, it is catching a lot of teams off guard. And I would say the matured option in these type of circles is to actually try and play from the center when you don't exactly know where the circle is going to be shifting towards as well, or maybe try and play a little bit in the off centers.
Completely agree with that, because being in the center means up until the third shift, the circle is going to be upon you. But look at that, Janmara finding themselves against the players of DE are going to lose Gunner right there. That's the first blood of the game. I think we're going to have a squad wipe soon, as well as Train 2 Kill are just looking to hunt down the players from A1NB. It's not going to be an easy job since they have to travel quite a lot out in the open to get where the players of A1NB have went towards. That is going to be a risky decision, but Deadeyes guys playing a split over here. We do have Chowri and True Love quite close to each other, and approaching them is going to be the squad of DE Warriors.
DE Warriors up against the players of Deadeyes guys. And both these teams, they are right next to each other, as Johnny mentioned. But so far, no bullets being fired, nothing being exchanged between these two teams, not even gazing at each other. They're just being really suppressed down. And at this point, there are a decent amount of teams that are still outside the circle and looking to make it inside. Teams like IC, teams like DAX, and even Elementrix. And there's a big collision happening right now between the players of IC and Elementrix as these two teams are rotating between each other. And this is quite interesting. There might just be a fight breaking out soon. We were just speaking about how crucial this game is going to be for the players of Elementrix. And there is a big chance they might just start off with a big casualty on their side.
Yeah. Oh, action taking a lot of damage from Wadu, as he had clear vision of the ridge, but he needs to be extremely careful. Pika on the flank can definitely cause a lot of damage for all the players of Janmar if they're not too careful about his position. They do see 3 players on the ridge right in front of them. But oh, Pika, his position has been revealed. Wadu does see the vehicle moving on the other side of the ridge, and he realizes how big of a threat was right next to them. Janmar, snipe YT, just making sure the ridges in the distance are going to be as clear as possible. He does see a few bodies on the horizon, but decides to not go for any shots in that direction, just avoiding revealing any information to the opposition approaching them. Godlike Stalwart, in the meanwhile, just focused in on Janmar right next to them. That is the first priority. If they do not take care of Janmar right now, they won't be able to get to the next zone.
Speak of getting to the next zone, I mean, they are seeing that rotation happen, but the vehicle's really far away. And again, it's going to be quite tough to find the lead on that one. So it is understandable he's taking those shots, but that should suppress the players down. Nice spray from the side of Pika, but he's not able to inflict any sort of pain on that player. So the bullets are definitely going to a waste. On the other hand, Seal on top of this hill. Zake is being taken really down low. They still have the height advantage though up against the players of MABETEX Esports. There could have been a big casualty. Leo now is out in the open behind that buggy, and that is the only saving grace that he's hoping might just be staying alive for a little bit longer. But the buggy might just be blown up for... Yeah, there we go. Buggy's blown up, and Leo's out the game. MABETEX Esports with a really questionable rotation from their side out in the open, and now they're just going to straight up book it inside the water. No other option left. MABETEX Esports, still 3 players are alive, from which 2 of those players are in big world of trouble. And what is this spray? This man is an absolute laser beam. Spooky, stop it!
Well, I think he has taken what Tom Cruise said in Top Gun, quite literally. Don't think, just do. Sees the player Baron in the distance. Does not care if even the render is incomplete. He is going to go for the entire spray. Now, Baron is being put under extreme pressure from this situation, and Wally has been cut off from his teammate as well. This is one of the most chaotic circles inside Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. It's been split between Los Higos and just the southernmost edge of Minas del Valle. It's between the 2 islands. There's a lot of water in a circle, in the 3rd circle of Miramar. Imagine that. So not a lot of breathing room to work with, not a lot of moving space for the teams to work with. And Seal Esports, since they were the first ones here on the easternmost edge of this zone, they get to be the ones who decide who gets in and who stays out.
Speak about who gets in and who stays out. I mean, right now, yeah, it's Seal at least in the southern side they get to decide, but there's a big threat approaching, Johnny. Right on top of their heads is the players of WIZZES club. And they are going to have even better high ground on top of the players of Seal. You have another threat to worry about now, Seal. You cannot just take shots up against the teams in the front, because you're giving away your position and you're making things way much more easier for the teams to approach you. Look at IT Demo just all by himself, not even caring about a world. And there you go. He will be shut down by that one player from the side of Elementrix, and Demo goes down. He wanted to shut these 2 players down of DAX. They did find some nice opening up against them as well, but unfortunately Demo got a little too complacent in that fight and didn't realize that was not really that good of a push. Elementrix from the back, they're able to dish out a lot of pain and hurt on the players of IT. Those bullets of pain are shredding these players away, as the signature M416 is not going to stop striking anytime soon.
Look at where the circle is. Elementrix crossing towards the Lossie's Go Island so early is going to give them a massive advantage now. They have to just block one bridge and they are done. The only problem is that Yeta was the solo man towards that island. Orange and Precious are going to move in now. And the other teams are all going for the swan dive into the river, just desperate to make it to the other side of it. DRS picking on the players of Godlike Stalwart, as we can see on the feed. Godlike Stalwart, they are going to be picked off as well in a few short moments. But what a move by Elementrix. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
But what a move by Circle, I would say. Brilliant. I love it.
Yeah.
Good move from the Circle. Big fan of that. Hit me up later. But right now, Godlike Stalwart, even they found themselves in one of the worst spots possible. Outside the zone's not going to stop moving, of course. It is quite cruel. So Godlike Stalwart will need to be quick on their feet, and they will need to try and make it inside Seal. For now, they're looking like the Alligators, who are in big trouble. But they might just munch away a few players if they find themselves a little piece of land. And that will be a big comfort zone for the players to Seal. Right now, they're tanking a lot of damage from the zone without a doubt. And even the players of GSM are just inflicting a lot of pain and hurt with those 30 bullets off that M4. Scarrel striking in strong, of course. Elementrix as well. They're challenging a lot of fights around them. T2K and DRS way too close for comfort. And now DRS getting shot at from somewhere else. Legends in the clotheslines. It's the Legend on the other side of the door looking to put the cherry on top. Has the nade in his hands as well. If the nade finds the mark, this might just be it for the man. UMP in the clotheslines. This definitely quite a deadly weapon, but even Legend is wielding one in his hands. Now Rules is taken down way too low. Legend has the HP advantage. One more bullet connection, and that might just be it for the side of Rules. But what is Legend doing? He decided to patch at the last second, and that's why he got taken out. A nice push. And Legend, that's just going to be it for him for now. His journey is going to be cut off inside the game, as we have IC just doing some light work. And even they themselves are in a big world of trouble, but not anymore. IC just wiping out a big team of Deadeye guys like it's nothing.
Well, let's see though, how long can they survive? The players from the side of IHC, they are going to be gate kept as well, crossing the river. It's not going to be an easy job for them. 18 minutes in, still 13 teams and 38 players surviving, but the bodies are falling quite quickly now. Elementrix have lost so many players. The man inside the zone has been picked off, and all of a sudden it is the lads from GSM who have a massive advantage for themselves. 1952, they have made it to the other sides as well. So all the teams that were busy fighting on that mountain are now just gonna get an early exit for that.
Struggle is still in the water lines. Oh, and finally taken out the game. He was he was definitely struggling to stay alive, and now he's finally being put out of his misery, as we have Raw with 3 players, Seal as well taking an exit inside the game. Of course, this circle has pushed out a lot of teams from their comfort zone, and they need to make it on the other side of the island as quick as possible. Only a couple of teams have found their way on the other side, 1952 included in that, and even now Raw is getting charged down by the players of 1952. So a lot of fights happening at the same time. WIZZES club inside the water with a buggy. How are they going to cross up, Johnny? It's next to impossible, especially when you have teams like GSM and even Raw just holding you off at bay. MABETEX Esports as well, they've found themselves a little piece of land.
Let's see though, DE Warriors just using all the chaos, the commotion above them to just sneak underneath everyone. They're just quietly swimming across the bridge. Yeah.
It's funny. They're like, yeah. They're like, yeah, keep making sound on top, man. Keep firing those bullets. We're not going to be hurt. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, you're hitting those shots, man. Good job. But right now, WIZZES club, they're getting dismantled, that's for sure.
They're jealous of DE Warriors.
Oh, A1NB Sinister. Not a way to go prone down in the open like that. Still had a big line of sight, and Fear took the advantage of that fact. Molotov tossed in to flush that player away from behind that car, but still Sinister somehow alive. Now he's trying to shoot his toes. He's not able to find that connection. But this is way too scrappy. A1 Esports, they want to get Sinister back up on his feet. But on the other hand, Fear's not able to find any sort of angle on that fallen player. He wants to take him out of the game as well. Now finally he's going to close on up, and oh, a nice Molotov.
The utility from the side of Gremlin Storm, it seems to be on point, just blocking the pathway. Yeah.
Johnny, you're just rubbing salt on his wounds right now.
Well, see, I think if their intention is to just block the vision of the players of A1 Esports and not let them set a single foot any further than they've already have, it's on point.
I guess, yeah. Find positive even in the negative. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Big fan of that mentality. But still, things are looking way too dicey for a lot of teams, especially the teams that are still approaching inside that other side of the island. And DEW, they are still somehow harmlessly alive. And not even a single bullet has been inflicted onto them. So far now, they're safe. 1952 out the game, pretty much out in the open. IC found themselves barely on the ridge, or on the edge, if you'd like to say. So yeah, as I said, things are quite difficult for a lot of teams, but how is DEW going to make it up top?
Well, let's see though how far they're gonna get. 8 teams remaining, 20 players alive. Oh, Baron with the mini 14 still trying to gatekeep the players of A1 and B, but does take a nasty hit. Dropping down to around 60% HP, is gonna have to fall behind the cover, heal up. Look at his teammates behind him. Everyone's just checking in what's going on. In the meanwhile, IHC have made it through to the other side. Just 2 players though, Alex and Godless remaining. They are still not out of trouble. They are outside the zone though.
Dude, MABETEX has one of the best spots possible.
Yeah. MABETEX is winning this game, I think.
Yeah, they have a solid cover, and why not? If you do have solid cover available, then there's a big chance you might win as well. Doc 922. Outside the zone, Johnny. He is tanking. But at the same time, as I said, these are the alligators, which are still inside the water, and they have found the footing on the land as well. And they want to munch a few players away with that footing too. And oh, wait, run Memo. Okay, safe for now. Oh boy, this Memo on this position, he's always been there, no matter what, just being a big problem in the foot of the players of A1 Esports. He is not even going away. A1 Esports at this point are truly annoyed by this one little man of Gremlin Storm.
We'll see though, Gremlin Storm, Fear and Memo still holding on to that edge of the bridge, not allowing DE Warriors to step up, but DE Warriors switch up to the other side. They're moving in from the left of the bridge now, and they have managed to make it all the way basically to the ground floor, but Memo is going to try and... Is he actually going to go for a backstab now? Yeah.
No.
That would have been extremely weird.
That is way too risky. Way too risky. Still 2 players are up and alive. I mean, there is a big info. They have the vital information to play with. They know there's still someone on the other side. But MABETEX Esports is the biggest problem for every single team inside the lobby so far, including GSM themselves. DEW, they're being held off at bay by MABETEX Esports. They cannot step inside the territory. They still need to play on the edge. And if I'm not wrong, they're barely making it inside the circle as well. GSM with a nice 2-2 split inside the final moments. Now, Elementrix, they have a nice high ground to play with, and there's a big chance the circle might just shift on top of them. But if the circle shifts on those compounds, then both those players from the side of Elementrix, it's pretty much donezo.
Yeah, instantly, as soon as the circle moves away from them, because they won't have anywhere else to go. They have one small little ridge to work with, but then there is the side of Gremlin Storm just blocking the entire way. Still all 4 players from the side of GSM alive. This is interesting. Nerzed, he knows that MABETEX is on the flank and Gremlin Storm is holding that compound. He has to get out of vision now. He was completely exposed, and that's the reason why he had to move a little early. I thought he was going to get out of position there, fall back a little, but
they have smokes as well. Use them.
Nothing was lobbed.
Why are DEW not utilizing the smokes? Maybe they just didn't want to blow the cover away, I guess. But in these sort of situations, you really do need to use the smokes. And now go for it. The res right now. You don't have a lot of time, DEW. The smokes are about to fade away soon. I do understand there's a big native barrage coming in. Okay, finally, one man's going to close in and going to go for the res while the other man's going to try to provide that cover fire and make sure the players of MABETEX Esports are not going to pick out from the same window once again and make sure he's not going to be able to toss in those nades on that mark. Gremlin Storm, They have finally decided to reunite. The next circle is going to shift right on top of these houses once again, shifting away from the players of Elementrix. And at this point, it's just a time being. Elementrix are alive for now. As soon as the circle is going to start to close in, they are going to be in a big world of trouble. They will need to try and make it in. They cannot prone, of course, the whole time. And finally, they will start exposing themselves. One smoke in the front. Nade in the hand. Gremlin Storm looking to hold them off at bay. If the nades connect, then maybe there's a little chance they might just survive. But no, the nades are not going to find the mark just yet. UMB out in the hands of Gremlin Storm. Their game's being griefed as the Alligators have started to munch away some players. And MABETEX Esports, their strike did stronger than ever before. 2 players down. Gremlin Storm in a world of trouble. Tables being flipped. Elementrix having another lifeline to play with.
Oh, but only for a few seconds that lifeline was going to present itself as soon as Elementrix go in to capitalize on the fact that MABETEX got 2 knocked from the side of Gremlin Storm. They are getting destroyed now, and Memo is going to jump in the mall. So what is going on? B-Shot carrying the opposition in the other room. Has set up the play. But now he set up the situation for MABETEX. MABETEX can just lob a nade in that room and get done with the players of GSM.
Did I just see something right? Can someone just tell me what just happened inside that house? He picked up the knock guy while he could have tried to hold the staircase.
I think he wanted to pick him up, go in the other room and just finish him off. Get that point, because he was extremely low.
Okay, but he realized that he's getting... Okay, let's just not focus on that. As we have still 3 more teams alive, or 4 more teams alive inside the circle. As one player is the solo man of IT, who is godless. Again, this man cannot be counted out. DE Warriors still alive. And the pack of Warriors is looking to strike in. They found the first nade, and then it's going to land right on the mark. Wally's taken down way too low for comfort. Wally cannot play in the front lines anymore. Sneaks is just being burned to death with that Molotov, and that's going to be perfectly lobbed as well. And now MABETEX Esports, if they want, they can make the push happen, but they do not want to leave their comfort zone just yet. Godless is the X factor. His position still anonymous, and he is not going to strike just yet. He's going to let these teams fight against each other, and once there's an absolute all-out war, that's when Godless will strike.
Well, let's see though. Godless, as you said, he's waiting for the right opportunity. And with GSM eliminated, I think he will have to wait a few short moments. Does see the player from the side of MABETEX right across the truck, and finally he's going to be forced to shoot upon him. He does take him down. Instant finish coming in for the lad from IHC. And again, as we have been talking about, he's the last player remaining for this team. But now it's a 2v2v1 situation. Much more doable for anyone in a situation like this. All Godless has to do is wait for the fight to break down between the players of DE Warriors and MABETEX. Wally and Baron, they are sticking together. Nirzed has gone for a move that allows him to close in on that building. And Godless started to move as well, but he's going to be spotted out by Doc. And Doc misses the only chance. He would have had to take down Godless. Now his presence, his position has been revealed to the opposition, and Godless, he has 3 nades to work with.
Yeah, the cover's blown. Godless has ample amount of opportunities. I don't know why Godless did that, though. You know, he could have tried to keep his position anonymous, and now Doc will be forced out of that position as well. The nades landed perfectly, and MABETEX were just positioned for success. DEW in the clotheslines. 1 player still alive, and that's Nirzed too. Nirzed is a big threat in these type of moments. He is a one-man army. We've seen Nirzed pull off incredible clutches in the past, but he's had a different weapon. It's DBS. But this time, he doesn't have the DBS. Instead, he has the UMP to work with. Spots Godless, and now he realizes the fight finally broke down. Nirzed, the time is his to strike. Baron's way too low for comfort. Nirzed, if he decides to strike right now, this is going to be a free elimination point, and he strikes in, finds one. The second one's in way too bad spot. He's going to be taken down way too low. Nirzed decides to patch himself up while Baron's giving away a lot of cues away. Yeah, Baron just giving away a lot of information. Wally still hasn't patched himself up. He's way too low. 1 more bullet, and that might just be it. And Nirzed connects it, and that's going to be it. MABETEX Esports still a decent outing, but Nirzed saves the day for DEW. And my prediction is right once again, Johnny.
Yeah, what a win coming out of nowhere. The Warriors were at one point in the worst position possible. I thought they were done for the moment they stepped foot in front of Gremlin Storm, and you had the players from The other side, MABETEX on the flank. I thought the Warriors were going to get sandwiched and finished off. They should not have won this game, but that one fair state in the very end that Nirzed had turns out to be the game changer. Ladies and gentlemen, 13 eliminations in this match, 28 points secured. What a win!
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Speak of flipping the fates, even though it's not favoring you. DE Warriors just winning it all. In the end, I thought there was a little choke from their side, but they still somehow, Nirzed. I mean, I told you, this man is a one-man army. We've seen him in the past pull off some clutches, so I pretty much stuck to it. You know, I knew he's got it in the back. MABETEX Esports, on the other hand, okay, let's be honest. Okay, MABETEX Esports were in a big disadvantage because one of their player was down low. Maybe the second player could have tried to clutch it out, but I still don't understand why did the player not back away and instead hold the staircase? And if he did not push, I mean, there were a lot of things that could have been played differently. But again, as I said, it's the heat of the moment, and anything can happen in the heat of the moment. With that being said, it's time for us to take a short break, a little breather. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. And with every single game, it seems like it's becoming more and more difficult to predict who is going to come out on top. Every single time you see a team at a disadvantage, they seem to be the one winning their particular match. Yeah, you owe a lot to Nirzed over there in the end. Had the players from MABETEX just, well, had they had even just a first aid, would have it done for.
I mean, come on, Johnny. You just got to give it to me sometimes. You know, you cannot just try to run away from the reality. I predicted that perfectly. I predicted that perfectly.
Did you get
I don't know what kind of glasses are they, but if you can't see from those glasses, one thing I can tell you is that those are defective. You need a new one. You need a new pair for yourself, man.
No, I just blacked out the entire the lenses so that I can not see me losing the prediction game.
I'm getting away with the lead, buddy.
I know.
Are you going to catch up or not?
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm getting close, but it seems like my title as being the man who curses the teams, it's not going away anytime soon.
I mean, it did seem like it was going away at the start, but yeah later on, it's back again. You know, it's back again. It was just suppressed for a while. The overall just things were suppressed. But with that being said, MVP of that previous game, Nirzed, with 10 elimination points and 5 knockouts and 28-40 survival time. Is this a joke?
Yeah, didn't his team have 11 in total?
I think so. They had 13, if I'm not wrong, something like that.
Alrighty, so everyone else got 1 each, and then he just went like, all right, I'm just gonna put a 0.
I'm just gonna carry you guys. It's okay. Yeah. I got you guys, man. It's okay.
1,000 damage dished out. Wow.
Boy, oh boy, Nirzed. This is another team to fear for, huh, guys? South Asians, you got another big competition coming. A pack of rookies who is just absolutely dominating everything. Dominating the entire field, and they are looking like an unstoppable force indeed. MABETEX Esports, a decent outing from their side as well, and we got to give props to a team like GSM as well. Even they played really well.
Yeah, GSM played extremely well. I think the only thing that ruined their particular game was the fact that they did not anticipate the nade being lobbed upon them by the player from, well, it was the Warriors. It was Baron who got the 2 knocks from the side of GSM, and Elementrix closed in. So had that nade even just gotten 1 knock, I think GSM would have just gone on to win this game, because they crossed over super early, They were on the other side of the bridge super early, and they were just holding on to their position so beautifully. GSM, they played extremely well in this game. Nothing taken away. 6 eliminations, 14 points, a decent finish as well.
Yeah, a decent finish. Even A1 and B, the consistency is there, Johnny. Even in the first game, you had a decent outing in that game as well. And now, once again, in the top 5 with decent amount of placement points and 5 elimination points. I mean, 9 points in total. I would say that's not bad. As long as I said, top 12 is what really matters, then you will have a chance to play that bonus game. And at the end of the week, you will also have at least an okay-ish amount of bonus points to get yourself a little head start in the grand finals. But these are the match rankings, as you guys do see in front of you. And I mean, overall, that previous game was just an utter chaos. The Circle played a big, cruel game. It was just making a lot of hard shifts, some astonishing shifts, and players and teams were definitely getting quite surprised with those. And GSM and that A1 fight lasted for so long on that bridge, and that one man from GSM was being such a menace, such a problem for the entire team of A1.
Yeah, definitely. They gate kept them for so long.
Oh yeah, this one right here. I want to see it once again.
Exactly. That nade dropped 2 players, and then his Memo deciding to run into the smoke, and then there was this. Yeah, you saw that. Everyone saw that now.
That was a picnic moment. I don't really say panic. I say picnic because it sounds better.
Yeah, we just call it panic.
Panic.
Yeah, have you seen that meme of a drawing of a guy holding his face? Wait, I think I'll just do it on camera when we have.
But yeah, picnic moment, man. Overall rankings in front of us after the post-match 17, as Skylights Gaming are still on the top. Godlike Stalwart with a little climb in the overall rankings. High Voltage with pushed down to 3rd spot. Still, these two teams are tied up, so nothing can be said just yet. IHC on the 4th, and you have Deadeye Skies on the 5th. And Johnny, what just happened? IHC, weren't they on the ladder half the board? What just happened?
Yeah, they started off on the, I believe, the 12th or the 11th position, and now they're in the top 4. But that is also standard IHC moves, right? This is what we talked about. Like, they pretend to be struggling in the early stages, in the league stages every single time, and then all of a sudden you see them in the finals, and then you are like, all right, what happened to them? You were talking about a team that struggles in the early stages, in the league stages. That is IHC. I don't think they went Super Saiyan. They went Super Saiyan. They still have to hit Super Saiyan 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And then God, maybe.
Isn't this the same replication? Isn't this like a deja vu? Exact same thing happened inside week 1, where IHC were on a complete downhill slope, and then later on in the final 2 days they just decided to strike somehow. They didn't even get those chicken dinners, but just the elimination points and the placement points they brought up inside the game helped them just boost or breach inside the top 5, and this is exactly the similar replication of what happened inside week 1. It's like IHC, they have everything planned out, Johnny.
Yeah, I think
they are the, what do you say, that really knows the future, and they plan things accordingly to the future. No, I forgot that movie name, man. It was a movie. He knows the future, and he plans things according to the future.
I don't know, but there was a character like that in Deadpool.
I guess just flip it. Just call them Matrix. They're the Matrix.
Why? Matrix was something else.
I guess they know that. I don't know, man. Whatever it is.
The future.
I don't know. I don't remember, man.
What Matrix are you watching?
I do.
But also, my point I was trying to make is the fact every single time we look at the players of IHC, we always just hope, like, for once, just show your true form right in the league stages so that the other lads are prepped for it, at least. But these guys are very comfortable knowing what their limits are and exactly how they want to play within a certain stage of a tournament. If they are on the 12th position with 3 games to go, you know they will break into the top 5 within those 3 games. They will be as consistent as a team can be in a lobby like this. That is the power of IHC. That's the kind of strength they bring to the table. But then you also have to be extremely careful of a situation like this, where the zone is completely unpredictable. No one would have guessed that it would go to that smaller Los Higos island right there. No one would have thought it, apart from the players of Elementrix, by the way, who got there first. And then as soon as Yeta went down, Elementrix was in a world of hurt because the other 2 lads just stayed on the prison island. But with all that being said, that was just that one Miramar that was supposed to happen. Necro, now the next map, it is going to be once again Erangel. And what is your prediction for this one, considering Group C will be the group sitting out of the game?
Now, Erangel, again, all the teams are going to be equally comfortable inside that game, hopefully, unless the previous game with some teams are really unlucky. Another team that we haven't really spoken about, or that we haven't really seen in limelight, is WIZZES club, right? And with the way they played yesterday, we haven't seen any sort of similar type of replication, because I said this at the start of the day too. Yesterday we kicked things off at Sanhok. That kind of helped them build that momentum, and then inside the next game too, they got the chicken dinner with the help of that momentum, so they had a lot of confidence. But today the schedule is changed. We're not starting things off at Sanhok. It's a complete different schedule, so that's why the map as well was different. So maybe there's a big chance that's why they struggled. But unfortunately, inside this group, if I'm not wrong, WIZZES club as well are sitting it out, and even DE Warriors, those big names. I was actually going to go with DE Warriors once again, but then I realized they're just not playing inside this one. So I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. Let's go.
Alrighty, so you're going to go with Godlike Stalwart. I think I would love to see Venom Legends walk away with another win of their own. Or maybe it can be the players from the side of DRS. So it's going to be quite interesting to see in how these teams are going to move forward. But if I have to pick one of the two, I think I'll go with T2K.
I think so. You should go with T2K. I'm not even. I'm actually trying to help you out.
Since you are up over me in terms of the predictions, I will go with T2K along with you. But let's see how this is going to work out. We are going to be hopeful for both our teams. We are going to be watching out. You guys do make your predictions as well inside of the chat when the game is live, ladies and gentlemen. The way you do that is vote space the tag of the team that you are rooting for, and we do show the audience prediction every now and then in the middle of the game. So you guys can keep track of which team has the most audience vote as well, and do show love to your favorite team. But in this particular match, Necro, Train to Kill, they were doing quite well for themselves up until they were caught out in the open. But ladies and gentlemen, that was just the previous game. Moving on, we do have match number 3 of the day, the map of Erangel, live right now. And the trajectory of the plane, it looks like it's starting from the western edge of the military island. It will head between Lipovka and Kamishki. Oh, it goes to Stalwart again.
I mean, the play and flat path is definitely not that bad, but again, Georgia Pool is out of reach. Are we going to be seeing the similar type of drop clash? Or are we going to see something else? Because in the previous Erangel game, we saw A+C and DRS Gaming near Shelter just duke it out. Or are we going to see A+C back to the roots once again towards Georgia Pool? What do you think?
I think it is going to be well, I don't think they're going to drop anywhere close to where they want. Although, as we did talk about it, Group C is missing, so that means the Warriors aren't there. Janmara is using that opportunity to their advantage. They have decided to take control of the military base, but is Godlike Stalwart going to allow this? Necro, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, this is interesting, right? Because no reply is out of reach. Usually no reply is reachable for the players of Godlike Stalwart, but this is sort of a plain fly path where no reply is completely out of reach. So Godlike Stalwart, I don't know if they're used to dropping inside military base. Of course, they have probably dropped inside military base or once or twice in the past inside scrims. We don't exactly have the data on that, but there is a possibility they know how to play around it. Oh, he wanted to run him over. He wanted to run him over. Unfortunately, Leo just vaulted on over at the last second. Found his hands on the on the DP, but he was not able to connect those bullets. DP 28, man.
I would have loved to see that moment from the POV of the players. You were talking about the Matrix a few moments ago, right?
It was scary, man.
Wow.
But, I mean, he dodges bullets. Leo dodged a buggy. There's a difference, man.
Yeah, a buggy is a lot more bigger than a bullet, but still.
Yeah, the speed is slower, too.
See, the point is, it looked cool.
True. So, okay, so we can give him the style points if we could, but we cannot.
If we could.
Yeah, we cannot. So, nothing. But, again, MABETEX Esports inside school area. So this is a good capitalization from their side. High voltage is all the way inside Water City. An interesting outing in this one, definitely, High voltage in Water City, quite close to the players of DAX. DAX, they like to drop kind of separated near Georgia Pole. And this time they've realized that IC is not really there. So that's why they are just around in nearby vicinity. 1952 and DRS quite close to each other once again inside Milta. As you have Giant Mar and Godlike Stalwart. For a second, we thought we're going to see a little clash between them, but that's not the case.
Yeah. And it's going to be quite interesting, though, now that Godlike Stalwart are aware of the presence of Janmara, and they know it's not the squad from DE Warriors. They will, I mean, they should be able to get quite a comfortable push upon the players of Janmara from there on out, since Janmara is a team that likes to move in early every single time they drop towards the military island. So I assume they're going to be closing in on that military bridge quite soon. On the other side, we do have the players from the side of DE Warriors in a place that they call home on Erangel, Rozok City. And since it is quite a decent bit inside the edge of the fair zone as well, the Deadeye's guys, they're going to be quite comfortable in that position. DRS, another team playing from their comfort zone, the Milta City. The only team that they have to worry about in the early stages of a game on Erangel is Venom Legends, who do like to play from Milta every single time. Since Venom Legends are not doing too great these days, I think they will try to avoid this fight as well. DRS, they should be safe in the zone, or if they want, they can gatekeep the opposition as well.
Speak of gatekeeping the opposition, for now, the only teams around them are Venom Legends and 1952. And they have been there since the start of the day, so, and we haven't seen any sort of collision between them. So I don't think so. We are going to see any type of that anytime soon. On the other hand, you have teams like High Voltage, T2K. The only reason I went with T2K is because the games are running low. And T2K's performance, I mean, it has been there. They're definitely trying. We can clearly see they're giving their efforts. But somehow it's not really working out. And we know what T2K are capable of. It's not like they're not able to perform inside the lobby. I just think something is being hidden from their side. So maybe this is the chance. This is the game where they will try to show something off and probably come out on top of the chicken dinner.
Hopefully it happens soon. Hopefully we see them win a chicken dinner soon. It's going to be quite interesting to see exactly when do we see the recovering or witness the recovering from the team. On the other side of things, we have Skylight Gaming towards Yasnaya Poliana. Since Seal Esports aren't in this game, that leaves the entire city for Skylight Gaming. But these days, again, I wonder where they feel more comfortable from, Lipovka or Yasnaya. Because Yasnaya is their normal drop spot. They are just being forced to play from Lipovka because of Seal Esport.
I would say definitely Yasnaya, if I have to guess. Because, as you said, it's their old home. That's where they like to drop. And since Savage, they came in inside the previous PMPL, they took it over. They took their home over. Then later on, Seal took it over. So Skylights Gaming, they were just homeless since then. And because of that, they decided to find themselves a little shelter in Lipovka. But for now, if we do speak of some possibilities happening inside the game, we do see the players of Deadeye Skies moving in really close to Gremlin Storm, and there's a big chance we might just see a clash happening soon. Precious tapping away on the other side of the hill, and those are quite long shots, but he's still taking those no matter what. Just hoping that maybe we'll find one lucky connections and probably will burn through some meds, but taking these shots also gives his position away, which will avoid a rotation on that bridge too. So Elementrix, they are just bridge keeping the teams, making sure they're not going to be able to cross on over. And for now, Elementrix, they're in quite a decent position, kind of in an off center. A1NB is the closest team to them, which it's not going to be a big threat because A1NB, they like to play really safe. So I don't even think so. Even if they do hear any type of shots, A1NB is not going to try to take advantage of that or even try and catch these players off guard. Godlike Stalwart still in Nova Repnoi, going for a quad late rotation, Action, and Scry is on a move. It's a 2-2 split from their side. And so far it's working out as well. Action's way too much in the front. RX Jax is bottoming it out. And not having the situational awareness. Completely stepping inside unknown territory and almost welcomed by the players of 1952. Action still somehow is making it alive. Now the players of Godlike Stalwart are just waiting for a little cavalry while Scry is still stopped in the back and stopped in his tracks. 1952 looking to put an end to the story of Action, while Action is just wants to find the opening, but now the players of 1952 have closed on up. Really being aggressive inside this fight, but now they themselves are catching some bullets from the side of Deadeye's guys. This is not a good position to be in. 1952, they need a retreat right now. Action is still knocked out. Smoke's there for himself. But the buggy's about to get blown up soon, so you cannot trust the buggy as a cover as well. 1952, they spot at Pika. Pika closed in way too close. Decides to back away from that position. 1952, they're able to successfully hold this compound. Our Stalwart Esports going to go for the res. And no is going to be the answer. Action bleeds to his death.
Baited, but let's see how this is going to go.
And speak of that, as we have Dante on the side of 1952. Going for the boat. Ooh. The next circle is taking a big shift down south. Now every single team just thinks that this is going to be a southern circle, a military-based circle. But this circle is looking a little suspicious to me. Because, I mean, it has taken a shift down south, Johnny, but there has been one time. I mean, I was casting that game with Ocean, but I still remember. It did seem like the circle was shifting down south, but then instantly at the last moment, it took another shift. And in that game, if I remember correctly, it was the players of High Voltage who won that game as well. So, I mean...
I think I do remember the match that you're talking about. It was right on the shoreline.
Yeah.
Main island.
Yeah, it was right on the shoreline too.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I'm saying this is suspicious is because the circle did not even indicate from the start that this is going to be a southern circle anyways. All the time it seemed like it was going to be another circle, and these are quite one of those rare type of circles. So I don't know if I'm going to be completely trusting it. I mean, of course, if it's a southern circle, I'm going to be in love with it without a doubt. But if it's going to shift up north, I'm going to love it even more because these teams are going to be played by the circle.
Oh, orange! Look at this. Let's see if Raw Official get played by him, as he does have his crosshairs set on that window, but no one's speaking, no one's checking, and Orange is just patiently waiting. On the other side, the Gremlin Storm in an advantageous situation, at least for now, against the opposition. They do get one elimination with a nade, and Memo and Dictator do plan on holding on to the shoreline for a while. Skylight Gaming in the distance. Memo has a clear line of fire available to him, but deciding not to take it. As we did talk about, in fact, the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart, I believe they're going to be in a very difficult position. Surviving is not going to be an option, but High Voltage over there.
Yeah.
Getting blown to pieces by Train to Kill. Open rotation, not really working out for the team.
That's your pick right there, T2K. And right now, they're definitely looking like they're trying to... Oh, the shot lands! Oh, that was... nice one. Did catch him close, though. Oh, man, he's lucky to stay alive from that one. That sounded pretty deadly as well. Assassin just locked inside the house, nowhere to go. Finally finds himself a little footing inside the smoke, but the spray is so much on the point. Jane somehow is able to connect those shots, but that's not going to deal any sort of crucial damage on the players. He should be able to get away from that one. Jane as well realizes now it's time to book it inside the circle because the rest of his team is already in. Jane was the only man who was left outside to make sure the players are being held off at bay. High Voltage with quite a critical rotation all the way on either side. Do not want to challenge any sort of fights against any type of teams right now. T2K is on a move. Raw is going to be in the front, but yeah, the next circle shift down south, Johnny said this is a trustable circle. Nothing really out the box.
Did you see where Snipe was from the side of Janmara? Right below him was a team in the water towards the western edge of the military island. No wonder what it was, but it is a superior moment for True Love. He's in the middle of the air getting shot at one after the other. The players from the side of DE are flying towards this river. Memo did land a few shots onto True Love, but now he has the opportunity to drop the bodies, the crates of the players of Dead Eyes, guys. But will he succeed? That is the question. He is just shooting like a madman in the water, but nothing seems to be working out. True Love is going to drown to his inevitable demise. But on the other side, who took down TRZ?
Oh, Johnny. Oh, so many eliminations are happening, but that entry from the side of Dead Eyes, guys, that reminded me of a movie, if you remember. A superhero who can jump, who can do long jumps.
Hulk.
Not Hulk. I'm speaking of an Indian movie.
Oh, Krish.
Yeah, Krish. It reminded me of that. But yeah, it was definitely one of the most outstanding moments, I would say. We haven't really seen something like that. Just YOLO at that point, right? You realize you can pull off nothing at that moment. It's next to impossible to make a rotation, so you might as well just go completely YOLO. And yeah, DE just went flying inside the water. And he tried his best to track them down, but unfortunately couldn't. But on the other hand, now a lot of fights happening at the same time. T2K as well being caught on the other side of the island. High Voltage getting charged on by the players of MABETEX Esports. A lot of teams on against each other. MABETEX Esports getting mown down by the bullets off that M416, but Praveen is definitely able to connect those bullets on that vehicle, but not on the players. Jane is in the clotheslines behind that vehicle. Praveen still wants to challenge a fight against Jane, and now Praveen is just getting blown up. Or he's getting just shredded with those bullets. Nowhere to go. Praveen's going to be shut down. On the other hand, High Voltage in a big world of trouble as they only have one more man alive.
Last player left standing, and Raw official in a world of hurt. Slipknot is going to secure a finish for his team, but Elementrix, they won't stop with the pressure. Bishal and Orange positioning themselves to take on this lad from the side of Raw, while Dax are closing in from the left flank as well. On the other side though, ladies and gentlemen, if the zone is on the military island, you know who's going to dominate that game, and it is going to be the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart. All I'm seeing is stop though. Did he just destroy the entirety of MABETEX all alone?
It does seem like it.
Yeah.
And oh, Raw, did you see his HP? His HP wasn't even visible. A pixel of health available for that man, but he patches himself up at the nick of time. Dax, 2 players knocked out. Assault OP is the only glimmer of hope alive, and now the zone's going to start to chunk a lot of damage. Just that means he cannot afford to stay outside. Elementrix out the game on 12th spot. Assault has no clue just yet. The enemy in the front has been taken out because of the play zone, so Assault right now, the pathway is clear. If he wants, he can definitely cross on over, but you never know. There might be someone holding the bridge on the other end. As Gremlin Storm, they're just peppering down the shots in the front, and there is definitely someone holding the bridge on the other end. It's the players of Gremlin Storm. Memo, Fear, and even Rowdy still looking back on the other side. But it doesn't seem like anyone's approaching them from the back lines anymore. So now the back's cleared. It's time to clear the front.
They are doing a very decent job, Gremlin Storm, in this game as well. Their positioning up until now has been quite decent. The way they've been picking fights against the opposition has been quite good as well. But now, the team that's going to stand in their way is going to be Janmara, and Janmara will have the high ground advantage, having taken control of these hills super early on in the game. They do see the opposition headed their way, and shots being fired already. I think their position has been revealed. Vadu G is going to fall back behind the ridge. He's trying to get his HP up again before they engage against the players of Gremlin Storm. Fear on the flank on the other hill will manage to keep himself and his teammates safe for a little while, but not for long.
Not for long is the call. And Rules, he gets dropped down. Knocked out, begging for mercy and help. Gante is in the close, so he should be able to help the fallen man. Still does not want to go for any sort of extra risks, and now Rules is pretty much safe. is going to close on up, get the fallen man back up on his feet while there are other teams who are making that rotation. This sort of a knockout has found a lot of time for the other teams in the military base to make a rotation happen. And this is a quite smack center military base circle. It's been quite a long time. I've seen one of those, and I'm stoked to be here for this one. Gremlin Storm, Fear, and Memo, while Rowdy's all by himself in the outskirts, just patching himself up. As I mentioned, the circle's now going to start to pop a lot of damage. There is a buggy available. He can go for it. And this is what he's exactly going to do. The buggy's found from his side. Now he decides to close on up with the rest of his team. But they still don't have a good position, Johnny. They're barely on the edge. The teams in the front are making the rotation, so there's a lot of threat lingering around them. The area is not clear at all.
A lot of bodies present in a very constricted space. And quite unfortunate for the players of Gremlin Storm as well. As soon as they get themselves to the zone, it's time to move again. Janmara still blocking the rotation path for Gremlin Storm. They do see the players moving. Snipe is going to snipe down Memo. Well, not exactly. He does spray him down from the distance. Goes into the blue to get that knock as well. Now, 2 players left from the side of Gremlin Storm. Rowdy, having taken some damage, is going to get paranoid for a few more seconds. Going for a revive on his teammate while Fear is just running around picking up loot in the building right behind them. No healing available. Well, some healing available, but not enough. No first aid. Has 1 painkiller and 3 bandages. Make that 2, as this one is going to go on as well. So Janmara, they have a very big advantage in this fight. If this goes on for a while, they are coming out on top.
I mean, I don't even think so. Anyone in this area has any sort of advantage because the circle is already moved away, Johnny, and they're wasting a lot of time. These 2 teams have got each other in a deadlock, and they cannot even move out of that position. They need to make it, or they need to close up on inside the next circle as quick as possible. The time's passing by, and to find the beat on the timing is going to be next to impossible as well. GSM realized that exact thing. They make quite a crucial rotation happen. Quite a desperate one as well. Rowdy hoping that maybe he will be able to get away. Memo out in the open. He will be cleaned up without any problem. But now Janmara, the problem continues for them. They will now need to try and close up inside the next zone. And somehow GSM have found the entry and is able to breach inside the second zone. Or is able to breach inside the zone pretty well, and just stopping right in the smack center.
Oh boy, what a rotation right there. But Rowdy, he will have to admit to the fact that he's the last player surviving for his team. So no real advantage gained over there. In fact, in a few short moments, everyone surviving will collapse upon him. 9 teams, 22 players still alive in this game. 1952 with a high ground against the lads from A1NB. Chari, what are you going to do? You do see Nima in front of you. And Nima is just completely unaware of the man right next to him. An easy knock for the players of Dead Eyes, guys, and an easy finish secured as well. On the other side, AJ also getting taken out, and that would mean that Skylight Gaming are not going to be participating in this game from here on out. They are eliminated, and they're going to have to wait for the next one.
Unfortunate stuff. A1NB, still 3 players alive. We're seeing this team alive in the later phase of the game a lot of times now, and I'm loving it. The safe play has been working out for them so far. Hitman was way too low. I don't know why he decided to keep going with that buggy. Instead, he could have stopped and tried to patch himself up, but he still kept going. Now Hitman's knocked out, and they're also being barraged with nades from the side of Janmara. A1NB nowhere to go. In a big panic situation, Koa catches another nade. He just swallows that one. No fears, will find another knockout. The nades from the side of Janmara is just deadly. They're unloading every single nade in their arsenal. And they're not going to stop the barrage anytime soon. Another one flows in. A lot of them back to back. They will get the confirmation. Now it's all down to Kajor. You blink it and you miss it.
Well, I think. Right, so DRS, they are going to be on the western edge of the zone 4 now. Janmara have managed to secure another good elimination for themselves. So it seems like the time when Janmara decided to drop to the military island, things are working out quite nicely for them. 4 eliminations secured, 6 teams remaining. These guys also have 3 players left from their side. So they find themselves in quite a decent position. But with no fear getting knocked out, entry can in fact just destroy the entirety of the team with one nade, but no, he lobs it towards Gunner, who is in fact in a buggy and nowhere near to where the nade was dropped. No fear. Oh boy, the second one does do the trick though. And Entry is going to find 2 knocks instead of 1, but needs to be careful. Gunner is on the flank. Entry is going to prone down to avoid getting shot at. But Gunner, he's down to 50% HP. There are shots coming in from the other direction as well. And now the utility is going to befall him. Gunner is going to get finished off. And with that, Janmara get wiped out. 1952 doing an incredible job in this game. And this is exactly what we were talking about. They are a good team. And finally, they decide to show up. DRS. The only team that can, in fact, stand up to them in terms of raw numbers inside of the game. Down to top 4 teams, 10 players alive, 1952 DRS with all 4 players left. GSM, Gremlin Storm, and Dead Ice Guys with 1 each.
1952 back in form, DRS being the biggest thorn in their way to win this game, and right now DRS also have a big and high ground advantage to play with. Every single team is right underneath them, and now look at GSM. He was still able to survive somehow for such a long time. Rowdy was able to keep his position anonymous, but finally being spotted out. And now it's just going to be an all-out war. 1952 being mowed down with a signature M416 will continue to put on pressure, and the pressure is not being stopped anytime soon. Pressure's definitely being applied. 1952 now should be in a big state of discomfort as Deadeyes guys, the last man's being sniffed out. 1952, unfortunately, one man's knocked out there in the open. DRS, on the other hand, they have a nice high ground to play with. Everything is lined with them. It seems like the stars are aligned for the players of DRS, and it's their time to strike in. 1952, a miraculous moment can save this game for them. But as soon as I say that, another man goes down. DRS, they're just wrapping up these numbers. They're just wrapping up this entire team.
Oh man, this is their game to win. DRS, they know it as well. 2 players from the side of 1952 knocked out. 2 left standing in the distance. It is going to be Entry along with Dante still remaining, but Rules, it seems like with the way DRS are positioning themselves now, they know where the threat can come from, and they are prepared for it as well. A 4v2 situation in the final fight. 8 eliminations already secured, and they will be finishing, well, they will try to finish with 10 if they can. DRS, unless 1952 just denies them point at this point, but Rules, oh, looking in the right direction, moving in the right direction as well. Should be able to get himself into a flanking spot. It's their win now. We know who's going to walk away with the win.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, they have the big man advantage. On the other hand, 1952 on a man deficit, down to a 2-man squad, and they're getting approached from all across the sites. They're getting engulfed, they're getting swallowed alive. As DRS, they're finding a good positioning on top of the players in 1952. Nowhere to go, no escape route, and 1952 will be dealt with no time. And DRS, they come out on top in that previous game. Nice way to close things out. 25 points in total. Not bad.
Yeah. Picture perfect as well. I mean, you have to say the rotation worked out quite nicely. They start from the Milta City. They were quite patient in how they want to move to the military island, and they moved in not too late, not too early as well, before Venom Legends, in fact. But as soon as you get to the military island, if you are going to continue fighting forever, then it will put you at a massive disadvantage because you will lose numbers. It is quite difficult to just go for those sustained fighters. DRS, they were just perfect in a way where they were getting those breathing spaces in the middle as well. 10 eliminations, 25 points, a good finish from their side, but also kudos to 1952. They played this game extremely well. And Janmara, so early on the island, they had so much control available, but still missing out on the opportunity.
I mean, what can you say when there's just a big wave of vehicles and teams just approaching you? It's going to be tough to survive that one, right? And especially it was a military-based circle. It just surprised every single team on the other side of the island, including the players of Godlike Stalwart. They made the rotation on the other side, and then later on they realized, okay, the circle is shifted down south. That means it's time to move down south again. With that being said, we'll have the conversation flowing after this short break.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ होइन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहेको हुन्छ अब के गर्ने गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिएँ भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को हो र Love you guys.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And with 3 matches done and dusted, we finally do see DRS living up to the competition, living up to the hype, and winning the game on Erangel. It was a comfortable win for them, but what about the rest of the teams, Necro? We saw Train to Kill also go down extremely early.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, I thought T2K will be able to perform that one, but mainly I think so is because T2K drops all the way up top to Severny, and then they needed to move all the way down south, and that is probably the main issue. And this reminds me of another moment, right? Usually if the circle takes a big shift down south, and if you're a team that drops up north, either you have 2 options. Either be really quick with your loot and instantly start moving down south, or you just hope that maybe you will somehow not meet your death.
You just hope that that is not going to happen. You just hope you don't meet your demise. But a couple of things that got me confused in this particular game, which was what happened to the players of TRZ. I mean, all of a sudden I see their names falling down to the blue zone out of all things. And also DE, why was the swan dive taken towards the water so early? I mean, I know from our perspective the players looked like they were just on something, just flying up in the air, but no, they were in those vehicles. The vehicles were made to just go for a dive into the river from the cliff, and after that things didn't really work out too well for them.
They had a superhero plan, Johnny, which didn't work out, right? they wanted to make a Mission Impossible happen, but it didn't happen because, again, as I said, I think so the only reason behind that sort of a rotation or that sort of a desperate move has to be that you realize the fact that the circle is shifted down south, and at this point the bridgeways or the only entry points are pretty much being held by the other teams. So Deadeye's guys knew either we can try to make it inside the circle right now or later. And if you do try to make it inside the circle later, the chances of surviving are even minimal. So you might as well take the chances right now and just straight up book it inside the water lines. And that's what they did, and it didn't really work out.
Yeah, not really working out for the lads. But looking at this match summary, I think Gyante again proving to be a very important player for the side of DRS, securing 4 eliminations and also dishing out the highest damage in this match. Then we do have Memo on the highest assist, sitting on the first position in terms of the highest assist with 2, being the number upon him. Highest healing done was by Assault from the side of Dax. Dax not really revealing too much or making their presence felt in this game because they weren't there for long. Look at that, just 1 elimination by Dax, 1 placement points by Dax, and 4 eliminations secured. But this game was DRS Gaming just showcasing how good they can be if they have the zone, if they have a comfortable position in the zone, securing 25 points from this game. Following them, it is going to be the players of 1952 with 6 eliminations, 18 points in total. Gremlin Storm, again, they are being very consistent now. Gremlin Storm, they got 3 elimination points and these 8 placement points, which bring the total tally to 11. Now, 11 points in a game, not too shabby. That's a good performance.
Yeah, I would say an okayish performance indeed, but still, GSM, I mean, we have seen consistency from these banners, and GSM, they're an okayish performance overall inside this weekly overall rankings, right? But teams that we really needed to see shine through was TRC. Yeah. Teams that we really needed to see with the consistency was Dax. And up till now, even inside the week 2, these teams haven't really been able to perform. We thought TRC was slowly and steadily climbing on the ladder of success, but that hasn't been the thing yet. And they ended things off on a decent note in week 1, but then inside week 2, it seemed like, okay, TRC, they are looking pretty okay. But then later on, again, the downhill curve started. TRC started being really just inconsistent overall and not really just come out on top in the duels they took.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to say what is going wrong with them because they aren't doing things that differently from how they were approaching them in week 1. But week 1, the results were quite decent.
And the main thing we can't really say a lot is because they're not really getting a lot of spotlight as well. If they were on the screen for a long time, if they did or try to pull something incredible off, or if they were engaging in a lot of fights, so we can try to tell because they would have gotten a lot of screen time. Then we can try to analyze what sort of things are going wrong. But they're not even getting that screen time anyways.
Yeah, no screen time. And the reason for that being, I have no idea why though, because as we did talk about it as well, it felt like the team just went down to the zone itself. 0 damage dished out. 0 eliminations in this game. So either they just got taken out when they were not looking and they were just lost completely, or I have no idea how to explain that. I mean, this was just a very weird exit from the side of TRZ. Yeah.
There's one way you can explain how someone's lost. You know that.
How?
You know that. The thing that you were doing in the dry run yesterday.
What? Oh yeah. Yeah, our producer is gonna kill me if I do it right now.
Yeah,
it's something very awesome.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a good idea. Yeah, our producer would literally find you and hunt you down. But the damage graph is in front of us, and DRS with 10 elimination points and decent amount of damage dealt. But as you said, TRZ with 0 damage, 0 elimination points. This is something that you see quite rarely. Something that really occurs rarely. With that being said, overall rankings of the post-match 44 are in front of you guys.
Oh. These are the overall ranking. Yeah, these are the league rankings, ladies and gentlemen. So don't be confused. The weekly ranking of this week, they look a little different. But look at the advantage that Godlike Stalwart has over here. They are already beyond 400, sitting on 430 points. And the closest team to them is DRS Gaming with 357 points. You talk about a difference, that is a massive difference.
Oh, indeed. That is a really big difference. And then IT has stepped down a position. Even high voltage, they have dropped down a position all the way down to 4th spot. Deadeye Skies, though, they're on a climb. Skylights Gaming on the decline as well. DEW still maintaining that same spot, not going anywhere anytime soon. 1952, well, again, all the way they've dropped down to the 11th spot because the week 2 has been pretty rough on them so far. And now maybe they're on an uphill climb. They have climbed up 1 position. The previous game was pretty good for them. That's why you do see that climb happening. But yeah, the overall league standings, the numbers are looking pretty massive though, you know, like seeing 200 plus numbers like that feels kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, you will have to just bear with us again. These are the overall league rankings, not the weekly overall rankings. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. These include the matches that were played last week as well. And top 16 from these rankings move to the finals. Top 12 from the weekly rankings get to play in the Livic for that week. So that is how things work. That is how the format works. And that is how the tournament will work. But what we have next is the Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. And Necro, I blame you for me missing out on the previous game since you made me pick T2K. So you go first.
So you're saying you were going to go with the team that won?
Yeah, I was going to pick DRS.
Nah,
I said that I was thinking either it was going to be Venom Legends or DRS. I said it. It's on the record. It's on the broadcast.
Well, it doesn't matter to me anyways. I'm on the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go first.
No, you go first. That's your punishment.
What? What are you saying, man? All right, you know what? I'm going to go first. I really want to pick Godlike Stalwart and just be a complete douchebag.
Let's
but at
do
the
it,
same
man.
time, no, I'm not picking up. I'm not
Why
picking
not?
a team with you. No, I'm not collaborating, man. There's no partnership between us, buddy. But I'm going to go
Are you
with...
sure about that?
No, man. Listen, you're my senior, man. I gotta respect you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna go with IHC in this one, and I really do think IHC have got what it takes.
Yeah. Also, ladies and gentlemen, match number 4 of the day. So Group B won't be playing. DRS, Train to Kill, MABETEX, and DAX will be sitting this one out. Group C is back, and that is where Necro is going with IHC Esports. So since you go with IHC, I think I'll just go with Deadeye's Warriors after this one, since they had an incredible game on Miramar. They skipped out on Erangel, so the momentum is going to be a bit shut down. But we do have an Erangel coming up next, and I believe DE Warriors, they are due for a win on this particular map. Plus, as far as the weekly overall ranking is considered, DE Warriors are in a very good place over there.
I mean, they indeed are. And D Warriors, this was the team that I picked in the Miramar game as well. And you saw what sort of circumstances they were being put into, and they still managed to flip the odds, and they still managed to win against the odds. And that was one of the best games so far. Actually, today's day has been pretty weird when it comes to the circles. We have seen quite a lot of interesting circles today, even in that Miramar game, now even in that previous Erangel game. We never know what's going to happen in the upcoming Erangel game as well. We might just see another just completely outstanding circle, and I would love to see one of those type of deals, right? Because this really challenges the teams to their core. This really does make their team just completely rely on the game mechanics and completely just try and figure out a plan at the right moment, at the end point, just on the fly. And you really need to be quick at a decision as well.
But you know what? I extremely enjoyed the matches that we had yesterday as well, the 2 Erangels. I mean, in a military-based circle like this, as you mentioned, I mean, there are a lot of challenges for the team. But all of those challenges are there only for the early stages between the first 10 minutes and also for the next 7 to 8 minutes. Because once you make it to the other side of the island, the game all of a sudden goes into the whatever the standard late game is going to be like. But when you have those central zones, in Erangel, the early game, you know it's going to be extremely slow, because of which there are a lot more bodies that you have to deal with, a lot more teams that you have to deal with in the extreme late game stages. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the trajectory of the plane this time just running through close to the center of the map. It's going to start from the southern edge of the military island and goes quite close to Severny, just to the right hand side of Severny, in fact between Severny and Stalwart. So it is quite a standard flight path for Erangel, and I believe the teams are going to be feeling very comfy with where they want to drop.
I mean, yeah, the plane flat path is definitely dividing the map pretty well, but not that well. Still, Georgia Pool, again, once again, it's going to be out of reach. So considering the fact that this time IT is back inside the fray, I want to see, are we going to be seeing the similar type of drop clash or not? Because IT, there's a big chance they might decide to drop inside shelter once again, just like how they did in that previous Erangel game in which they were playing. So there's a big chance they might just decide to drop there, or maybe they can go back to Georgia Pool and try and gather or get a Rico in the middle way. For now, teams are of course dispersing to their own drop locations. A1NB, as always, they just like to scatter around that edge off that southern side. And then Elementrix, of course, going towards Fair Pier, but another interesting circle, Johnny. A similar circle that we saw previously.
It's quite similar to what we saw in the previous game, just moving towards the east this time. Godlike Stalwart, last time the mistake that was made was the fact that they crossed over extremely early. This time, I believe they're going to take their sweet time. Gremlin Storm, earlier on, I thought the split was not going to work out for them. Well, it shouldn't in a scenario where the players from Raw and A1 Esports are going to be near you, but this time they have regrouped super early. IHC and WIZZES, we all know where these teams are going to go. WIZZES is going to start to play from the northern Georgia Pool City. IHC, they're going to take the containers and the Georgia Pool City under their control and their command, and then play the rest of the game from there on out. But who do you think is going to reach Lipovka first? Will it be Chianmara or will it be Mr. Boro from the side of Skylight Gaming?
It's going to be a race, man. We'll be able to find out only then. And it seems like Mr. Boro should be the first one to make it there. But what do we see in the elimination feed? IT is just dominating the entire WIZZES club right now. WIZZES club woke up on the wrong side of bed today, that's for sure. Yesterday, it was just a complete domination from their side, but today we're not able to see the similar type of replication. They're getting picked off quite early. IHC is just running them over with the vehicles, taking them down with the pistols. This means that early collision in which the players of WIZZES club did not find any sort of loot in their hands, they're in a big disadvantage. IHC, now they're probably going to try to pick them off completely from the game because they've already found 2. They know they have a big man number advantage in that one, so you might as well go for a complete squad wipe.
Yeah. It's going to be quite difficult to hunt down the players in a situation like this as well. Let's see how it works out for this team though. Liquid and Incus rotating out in the open. Do see their teammate running. Looking for vehicles as they move through Gutka. Love to see exactly what the game plan for the players' Raw official is going to be. He's not even looking at his phone. He's just running. He knows like nothing is going to happen for at least a few short moments. There's no one towards the western part of the map. Might as well just chill. Just keep the stick up. The movement stick up, pointed upwards, forward. Whatever you want to call it. Just keep moving. Keep on moving. Don't stop. The moment you stop is the moment when someone in a decent enough position would be able to take you down. But on our screens now, IHC, it seems like they've made their way towards Georgiapol. So they are home once again, but they will have to be extremely quick about looting because they have to head back towards the eastern part of the map in a few short moments.
You know, one thing we can definitely say right now inside the game is that the way so far Deadeye's guys have been playing inside the game, it's looking really subtle. And the strategies as well, it's not really that noticeable at the same time. It's not something out the box as well, but it is working out for them. And this is what I'm loving, right? Deadeye's guys not really trying to pull something out the box, still sticking to their basic how they like to play. And it has been working out for them so far inside the tournament. Not just so far, even in the previous PMPL, Deadeye's guys were looking really nice. So that subtle approach inside the game definitely is proven to be pretty nice. On the other hand, as you have the players of Elementrix rotating in from quite the close lines, 2 players in the front, on top, all by himself. He does have a decent amount of loot available too. I mean, if he does want to go for this fight, he can. If he's really confident. I mean, it's a 1-on-2 situation here. So I don't think so challenging would be a really mature option. Instead, just try and pull back here. Yeah, this is a good option.
Well, at least for now, it's a good option. You move further in the game, things are definitely bound to change. As for Elementrix, in a massive cluster right now, moving towards Milta. And they are a part of the cluster as well. So you have DE, Elementrix, 1952, Skylight Gaming have gone for a split approach inside of this match. So 2 players are moving in towards Milta. The other 2 lads are staying between Yasna and Lipovka, just keeping the players of Janmaro in check. But look at this, Elementrix, they find themselves on the wrong side of the trade as Precious is going to be dropped by Deadeye's guys and finished off instantly.
Speak of that, and you have, oh boy. I mean, Deadeye's guys, look at them. They're just posted up so well too, right?
Yeah.
They just have like a little field set up in the outskirts of Milta. No one's going to be able to just breach outside there. If you do, you're gonna possibly meet your makers. And Deadeye's guys, they're just edge keeping every single team inside Milta pretty well so far. Venom Legends on our screens is Frag Boy is inside the warehouse going for the loot. Looking pretty good so far. M4 in the hand. And you picked up Venom Legends, if I'm not wrong, inside the game, right?
This match, yeah.
I mean, last time I remembered, they ended things on a great note. This is the second last game inside the day so far. And if Venom Legends is able to pull off a chicken dinner right here, this is going to give them a big sigh of relief. And they really do need a sigh of relief here, because right now, one thing you can say for sure is that they're overstressing themselves. Elementrix charging on, the team above them. And they can hear a lot of things going on too, but they don't just want to push in like headless chickens. The door's open. The nade's going to be tossed in soon as well. It's being cooked to perfection. The nade's going to be there. Laser finds down. The nade's not on the mark, but the DBS strikes! And oh, it's the deja vu once again. DBS is just such a good gun. Oh boy. The one pump man strikes in once again, and that's going to be it for the side of Elementrix, as the one pump man just wipes them out single-handedly.
Every single time you hear that gun go off, you are gonna guarantee that someone is hitting the floor. power of the DBS, ladies and gentlemen, making people bow down in front of you every single time. Look at the smile on Laser as well.
Yeah, he knows.
You
he
cheeky
knows.
man. He knows.
He knows. He just pulled off a big shenanigan. Just pulling off these type of shenanigans.
Man.
Yeah, the real one pump man.
Who's that?
Laser.
Oh.
I mean, the real one pump man, actually, it's not a man, it's a gun.
Yeah.
But the man who's using it can be called the one pump man. So it's
Whoever
actually technically
wields the
called the
DBS.
one pump gun. Yeah.
Still, what a moment right there.
Yeah.
And I believe we're going to see another one as Janmaro Snipe YT, it seemed like was spotted out by Rowdy from the side of Gremlin Storm, but Snipe going behind the ridge right in the nick of time is going to be the thing that keeps him protected. But look at this Memo now. He feels the presence. He feels a disturbance in the force. It's not a disturbance. It's the players from DE in the distance, in fact. Memo just being extremely careful not to pull the trigger a little too soon. Is just going to get all this information about where the team is moving and relay this to his team. They will try and hold on to that high ground advantage for as long as possible, and I feel that is a good decision.
Indeed it is. A1NB on the other hand, though, up against the players of 1952, as Entry is going to be the first man to fall down. And they found the Entry. Yep, Entry being taken down instantly. Unfortunately, overextending, not really stepping inside the territory he wanted to. Overstepping the boundaries, and he will have to pay the price for that. 1952, you do see the rotation being made from the outskirts, from far away, and now you do see another fight happening in the elimination feed. It's the players of Godlike Stalwart up against the players of Deadeye Skies and A1NB at the same time. How are Godlike Stalwart managing to pull something like that off? Fighting two teams at the same time. Always do see some miraculous plays from this team, no matter what. We also did see a bolt action headshot, a skull-cracking headshot. A lot of fights now are starting to hit the deck, Johnny.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the situation about Godlike Stalwart, I mean, I think they can't really go for an extended fight in a situation like this. They will have to be extremely quick about how they want to deal with the players of A1 Esport. But A1 Esport, they are sandwiched, as Devil Boy from the side of 1952 has them in their crosshairs. And Koa did, in fact, take some damage from Devil Boy as well. That is why he's down to 50% HP. The bandages are going to be coming on in a few short moments. That does give Devil Boy a little bit of extra time to just scout the other half of the surrounding.
Yeah. Whenever you say sandwich, it reminds me of that one video.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about.
Sandwich, sandwich, sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Different game, though.
Different game, yeah, but it's a great video. Some people in the chat might know what we're talking about, but A1NB on our screen so far, having a nice safe split for themselves, having a nice safe compound to play with. They are having a 3-1 split where the other man is watching their back lines and the rest three are watching their front. I like that they're not just tunnel visioning. They have a nice set of eyes watching all the other directions and waiting for the next circle peacefully. On top of the hills, the players of 1952 looking for revenge because A1NB has taken down their one man, which is Entry. John Mara, on the other hand, performance hasn't been that great, but now they're looking to just strike in because they realize the iron's hot.
And if the iron's hot, all you have to do is to strike to mold it whichever way you please. Ooh, the zone, and it's a central shift all over again. So Skylight Gaming all of a sudden are going to be the center of attention. And quite close to them are the players of Jayan Mara, GSM, Gremlin Storm moving up. As it seems like they have overshot the shift of the zone. But it's not going to be a troublesome situation for them. But A1 Esports, it's a completely different story for this team, as their rotation is going to be out in the open, and also the fact that they have been spotted out not just by 1952, but they have to be extremely careful about the players from DRS. Oh, look at this. Raw official in a world of trouble as DE Warriors just slam in on their compound. A lot of utility being lobbed towards Incus, and he's going to hit the floor. extremely quickly. That is the cue for the Warriors to move in and then just try and take down the other two lads. Slipknot, he's going to disappear from them even before the Warriors can even think about pushing the other two lads. Raw officials still managing to survive, but they have lost a key player of the team.
Yeah, the Tommy gun in the hand. But yeah, as you mentioned, the casualty is definitely there. Gremlin Storm, on the other hand, up against the players of John Marais, have already found the opening. Memo with some nice shots and nice sprays. And look at him just blockading the way, making sure none of these teams, even if they do want to come through underground, they're not going to be able to find a safe way out of that one. John Mara, with all the 4 players, no fear, back up on his feet. Now this entire area is getting started to filled up with a lot of teams. And what am I seeing? PP Bison in that range? Interesting. I've been seeing recently a lot of team utilizing the Bison, and especially in the American region. A lot of teams are definitely going for that Bison with the recent buff that it got.
Well, I mean, I do like the Bison.
It's
You know,
not
in extreme close ranges, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent weapon, right? It has a big magazine as well, so
Yep.
makes a lot of sense to use that, especially in close range when you feel like, oh, you might just run out of bullets in those fights. Because there's a big chance, right? If someone's making a push happen onto you, there's a big chance they're either pushing in some groups. Either it's going to be a 2-man group or a complete full squad.
Yeah.
So if it's a 2-man group, then you will have enough amount of bullets to take them both out.
True. But can't beat the DBS, man.
Oh yeah, you can't. No. It's just a kryptonite for everything in the world.
Yeah. Close range these days, DBS is just, it's on a whole another level. But let's see if High Voltage will take things to another level, as they do manage to enter the zone from the northwestern edge, but all of a sudden find WIZZES Club in front of them, and shots being fired from Assassin do not connect. Also, he's just given away his position.
That and the next circle, it's going to be quite a big one too. A big shift down south, just a curveball shift. Every single team being forced outside their good spots, and now Gremlin Storm as well making quite a desperate move inside the circle. They want to be the first one to have a good position in, and that PP Bison will strike in as on top has found the opening. Memo goes down. Rowdy wants to get the fallen player back up, but no, he is going to be another casualty on the board. Gremlin Storm, that rotation not working out. Things just going completely south for them, and Deadeye's guys, those bullets landed perfectly. And now even Deadeye's guys, they realize the fact that they themselves need to move outside this one. These Weakles are definitely not that great. They're stuck, and they want to get those Weakles unstuck.
Yeah.
But what just happened? I think so that Weakle itself got stuck.
I think he wanted to back up on the other car as fast as possible just to knock it over the buggy on the other side, but
Yeah,
it wasn't
exactly.
quick enough.
And
Or maybe I think they have it.
I'm not sure, but it seemed like even the Weakle they were using to knock it off, even that Weakle got stuck.
Yeah. That's going to be so unfortunate if that's the case now, Necro.
At least they had something to work with a while ago. Now they have nothing. But Seal Esports on our screens as they do have a little split going in. But unfortunately, the man who's split out, his position's compromised. And remember, as I keep on saying this all the time, if you have a man on the flank, if you have a man that is split away, if his position's compromised and if he's taken down from the game, it's going to be next to impossible to get the fallen man back up.
Yeah.
And he is decently separated. Yeah.
Specifically in a situation like this, where you do have, 5 teams holding the northeastern edge of the zone right now. You have Seal Esports over there, you have Deadeye's guys, you have Skylight Gaming with a 2-2 split, and WIZZES Club, the 2 players that are left, are moving towards the northeastern edge as well. On the other side, if you were to ask the players of IHC the question, how aggressive do you want to be, the answer you will get is yes. Because they have just initiated a fight against the players of High Voltage, securing a couple of knocks, and in fact outside the play zone is where Jiggle's finish is going to be picked up by the players of IHC. So brilliant movement over there with how they are gatekeeping the opposition, but Janmara, they're going to be forced indoors. Inside the bunker they go as WIZZES Club are trying to see if they can apply some extra pressure and try and get a few extra finishes from this fight.
Yeah, Miramar being forced back. WIZZES Club doing a good job holding this one down. The defensive stance for now is working out, but the players are damaged way too much. BBK Red was dropped down in that fight, but for now he should be back up on his feet. Look at the amount of teams that are just accumulated, that are just stuck in that exact spot. A lot of teams in that exact spot on the right side of the circle. They're looking to breach in, looking to find a better spot, but it's next to impossible to do so. Teams are just stacking right on top of each other, and shelters right now is the prime spot to be in, because they have nowhere to go. The other spots are way too exposed. The circle's out in the open. You cannot just challenge any type of fights. And what did I just see in the elimination feed? A player of WIZZES Club just blew himself up. He was red, and now Octopus is on a move too. Nowhere to go. Octopus in desperate times, and he needs to find some desperate measure as the next circle is going to shift on the right side, favoring a little bit on the shelter side.
Yeah, and Gremlin Storm again. Once again, today they are having extremely good reads on how the zones are going to move. Again, they are in the center of the zones, the only team in a comfortable position because the cluster towards the northeastern edge. The team's numbers over here are going to be dwindling down soon. But IHC, look at that. A1 Esport all of a sudden find themselves as the gatekeepers of the opposition. Nades being lobbed upon the lads of IHC to try and see if they can secure a few extra knocks, a few extra pickups. ISC still surviving. Alex was on his knees, in fact still is, but it should be an easy revive for these lads as IC is going to go for a push, and he almost gets the knock for Koa. Demo is going to finish it off the A1 Esport. This is not a fight that you should have started.
Speak of the fights that you shouldn't have started, I'd see they're way too far away from the actual circle, but the advantage that they have is they have all the 4 players up and alive. Oh, Hitman had a big advantage in that one. If he would have taken the shots, things could have been a little different. He could have found the knockout, he could have found the opening, and that could help them just get away. But no, instead he decided to back away from that fight. As always, A1NB, they just doubt their own firepower. They don't take the fights that they should. They don't fire when they should. They were being approached by the players of IT, and now look at this. The tables have been flipped against them. And A1NB in a big troublesome situation. They might find the opening here, but Gajor is not able to completely seal the deal on that opening. Unfortunately, slips away from that. Oh, and how is he still alive? Barely on the nick of HP. And now IT, they're going to start to close up. And IT, they're just eating him out alive. Nowhere to go. Nothing to be done. A1NB just being greeted by the players of IT.
Yeah, as I said, not a fight that should have been initiated in the first place. IHC is not one of those teams that you shoot a few bullets upon and then you get away quickly. You heard them, they are going to come for you. They are going to finish you off. And A1 Esports, they just paid a heavy price for securing that knock on Alex, even though Alex was brought back into the game a few moments ago. He did get the revive, but now it looks like DE Warriors are in a troublesome position as they have been spoiled out by the players of Dead Eyes guys, but now Sinister out in the open was hiding inside of the smoke, but now position has been revealed. IHC are showing up. Dead Eyes guys getting the finish on the lads of Janmara as well. So a lot of eliminations for DE in this game. 5 already secured, and with 9 teams remaining, 29 players to go, they also have a decent position on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, IHC in a questionable spot. Godlike Stalwart, now they want a little piece of the players of IT. Alex is the only survivor, if I'm not wrong. And yeah, he is. Godlike Stalwart, they've just done some light work. IHC needed a breach inside the circle, and that's what the players of Godlike Stalwart realized. They were able to successfully hold him off at bay, but top goes down at the same time. Now, Godlike Stalwart might just be in a big trouble. They are definitely being pushed in a big state of discomfort as Godlike Gaming out in the open. At this point, the circle's pretty much in the open as well, so you have no other option than to stay in the open and go for those fights anyways. Not a lot of cover available in these moments. Godlike Stalwart might just have a big advantage because they have the high ground to play with in these final moments. But even they themselves, they need to make it in. So a really questionable decision, a really tough decision to make here. How are Godlike Stalwart going to approach this? Now the wall of death has started to close in from the back as DE Warriors, they're just mowing down the lawns in the front. AJ goes down, Skylights Gaming in the open, and because of that, they don't have any cover to play with. The position's compromised as well, and DE Warriors are taking a full advantage of that fact.
Let's see how far they can take this with them. How many points will they be able to secure because of this? All 4 players still left standing. They have secured 6 elimination made to the top 8. TRZ Should be an easy finish before they deal with the players of Skylight Gaming, but Mafia Ninja makes the mistake of running over the ridge just to lob a nade towards the players of TRZ, because of which he's going to be taken out. But the Molotov he lobbed in that shack does do wonders, as the finishes are going to go in the hands of Skylight Gaming over there. But look at this, Gremlin Storm up against the players of Godlike Stalwart, with top extreme low Pika down to 50% HP from the side of Gremlin Storm. The Dictator is knocked out, Fear is the man left standing. And you do have the players of DE Warriors to worry about as well on the other side of this ridge.
Speak of that, and Godlike Stalwart, 2 players chipped up a little bit. Now they're looking pretty healthy, and they're somehow finding the entry inside the circle too. And yeah, this should be their game. There's no way anyone stealing this one's away, because the monsters are getting feeded with the souls they need to perform, and they are looking really strong too. Immaculate performance so far, and Godlike Stalwart, they're not looking to stop anytime soon, Johnny.
Oh, as soon as you say that, they drop, and the Warriors now have a massive advantage to close this game out. But what is this? Whoever walks up the hill is getting knocked out.
Oh my god!
Doc is not gonna step foot out of that buggy
Kryptonites
before finishing the players of Godlike Stalwart. And yes, they do get those finishes as well. The Warriors sitting on 12 eliminations already, but they have lost Nirzed, and East is knocked down as well. This is not a good position for them. Sneak and Doc left standing. 3-man roster for DE Warriors. Is this going to be enough to close out this game? I think so, because now they are in the top 4, which is 10 players remaining, and 1952, a team that is right next to them. They just have 2 lads in the lobby. If 1952 is finished off, the next circle, I don't think it's going to be too difficult for the players of DE Warriors to take control of this, because Deadeye's guys and the other squad, I believe it is Skylight Gaming over there, they are too close to, quite close to each other, so they will end up fighting amongst each other in a few short moments, and that should be enough space for the players of DE Warriors to just move in, or at least pick them off from the distance. It's quite open as well.
Nades being exchanged, and East finds the opening. RX Jax, the only man alive, the only glimmer of hope for the side of 1952 to try and pull something off up against the demons off the lobby. And the first aid's been dropped. The only first aid available on that squad. One single first aid. Final bullets are going to come in, and that's going to seal the deal. As Deadeye's guys, they are going to put the full stop to the story and to that fairy tale of 1952. Now, it's Deadeye's guys against the players of DE Warriors. Both of the teams having DE in their names, as College Gaming from the back just start partying and griefing their game. Deadeye's guys, things are now not looking that great. Tables being flipped, the odds being switched, and DW, they're now certainly just having a big advantage in the fight. They needed to move inside the circle because of the help of Skylights Gaming. That is made possible. AJ, the only man alive, the only threat in the entire battlefield right now, challenging the players of DE Warriors. But the player, Mr. Boro, has managed to close on up. He's managed to sneak in. They might just get the res up, and it might just be a 3-on-2.
Well, let's see. The res is going to be there, but still the cover spot has been revealed. And all they have is this tree to protect both of them. Look at Snake. He's sneaking for a flank, but that means he's going to be isolated as well, and it should be an easy knock for the players of Skylight Gaming to secure.
Oh my
what
God.
An incredible moment to bring this game back! Now it's a 2v1 in the favor of SG. Mr. Boro, what a play right there! And the nades are being lobbed upon the players of DE Warriors. A massive blunder from the team. Reviver's going to be there, but I don't think this is going to amount too much utility on the players of Skylight Gaming, and they are extremely close as well. The Uzi is just going to be brutal at this range, but oh no, and now it's a 1v1.
Oh my god, way too close for comfort. Boro is chipped away. Doc is looking a little healthy. Doc definitely has a bit of health advantage in this fight. Nate's going to close on up, but not on the mark just yet. A one-on-one situation, the most intense situation ever been. You also have spectators in the name of Sneaks and AJ. And look at AJ. He's just giving away the positional cues. He's just giving away the info. The next circle actually shifts on the favor of the player of Skylights Gaming. He's inside the circle While on the other hand, the player of DEW is barely outside. Tosses in the last thing that he has available in his arsenal, and that is going to be the pan. Does not connect. Doc, everything is against him. The wall of death starts closing in, and Doc realizes the chances as well are quite less. Now he will need a pre-fire on the corners, and that's what he's exactly doing. A one-on-one situation in which Boro has a big advantage, but unfortunately the health is something that's not really working in his favor. He's managing to chip away time by time, but Doc is just closing in no matter what, and he still somehow wins it against the odds. Doc!
What?
Oh, the demon strikes, and Doc 922 makes the impossible possible.
What a win! What a win for the players of DE Warriors. And today it seems like it is going to be their day. 18 eliminations in this game, 33 points secured from this match as well. And oh boy, those final few moments. My heart was racing so fast. Oh, I'm still shaking from that. I mean, kudos to the players of Skylight Gaming. They played it to the best of their abilities, brought it so close, but Doc in the very end just stands up tall above everybody else, securing the chicken dinner for his team. What a game! What a game! At first, it felt like it was going to be Godlike Stalwart, then they get destroyed, the Warriors in the middle of nowhere. I thought it was going to be a guaranteed win for them, but Deadeye's guy is moving up close, making sure the Warriors are going to be distracted a little bit, and Skylight Gaming just playing to the best of their abilities. I think this has to be an incredible game. How do you play from a disadvantage? Watch Skylight Gaming in this match. And Mr. Boro, yes.
Boro was literally scared when he saw him approach. You could literally see the fear in his play.
Yes. I think I need to catch my breath after that because it was quite intense. So we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ होइन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहा हुन्छ अब के गर्ने गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिएँ भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को लभ यु गाइस
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. And what a day we are having, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, the circles have been very impressive, and the players even more in the previous match. Necro, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought Doc made a mistake when he ran down that slope towards that last player from the side of Skylight Gaming, which was Mr. Boro. But even without having any cover in front of him, even with the fact that he was the man pushing out in the open, and it was going to be difficult for him to predict whether Boro was going to peek from the right or the left of the tree. Because if you misjudge that, then you're done for. The other lad is just going to hit you straight in the head. Doc still came out on top. He still won that 1v1 duel.
That just stings from the side of Mr. Boro, doesn't it? All the odds were just stacked with Mr. Boro there, also having one of the best covers possibly you can ask for, also having the TPP advantage in that situation, and you still somehow lose that duel. That is a big no-no when it comes to that one. And DEW, They are consistently able to win fight up against the team like Stalwart Esports. Head-on-head collision, able to win it almost all the times. This is the only team that I've seen so far that can win a 4-on-4 fight against Godlike Stalwart. And they're doing it really consistently too. Those type of head collisions, it's really tough. Even IIT, we've seen them lose out against the players of Godlike Stalwart so many times in the past. But DEW, somehow, they're just making it happen no matter what. And I've said this in the past as well. They are the Stalwart kryptonite.
Exactly, and I think one of the things that we have seen being the reason of this head-on result against the side of Godlike Stalwart is the fact that, well, everyone else, after securing a few knocks in a 4v4, if you do knock out the individuals from the side of Godlike Stalwart and they do end up getting trade knocks from your end as well, the other teams, they just go on those revivals because it is quite obvious. It makes sense to get your numbers back up just in case you get third party and just be cautious being on the advantages there. But the Warriors, they just keep on pushing until the opposition is completely gone. And because that is the same thing that Godlike Stalwart themselves do, I mean, it's quite an evenly matched situation between the teams. But we do have the players focused on our screens now. And look at that. The MVP, I believe it is going to be East since he has the most eliminations and 1200 damage dished out by himself. Survival time of 26 minutes as well. It was an incredible run. But then there is the man, the myth, the legend, Doc, sitting on the third position with 4 eliminations but 800 damage. And well, we were being so critical of Mr. Boro, but still a good job by Mr. Boro. 1000 damage for 3 eliminations. The conversion is not there, but he did so much to make sure his team was in the top 2. He got those placement points for his team.
I mean, yeah. Performance is definitely there. Look at the elimination points. 18 limbs, 15 placement points, and total points are going to be 33. Skylights Gaming on the second spot with 12 placement points and 7 elimination points. The only way DEW could have been stopped in this situation were the players of Deadeye's guys. But Deadeye's guys got griefed by the players of Skylights Gaming in the bracket. They got shot at. And that gave another lifeline for the entire team of DEW, and they capitalized on that thing. Now, one thing I want to say this once again. DEW, they're able to win these 4-on-4 head collisions against the players of Godlike Stalwart consistently. But if you speak of having a polished gameplay inside the lobby, as I've mentioned in the past, as Johnny said this in the past as well, DEW and Godlike Stalwart's playstyle is literally the same. They are each other's clone. They are copying each other's strategies as well. I mean, DEW is pretty much just idealizing, I would say, idolizing the Godlike Stalwart team. But they will also need to learn how to polish their strategies well, just like the players of Godlike Stalwart.
I completely agree with that. I mean, nothing wrong over there. They do need to... I think one key thing that they need to pick up upon is how to disengage from fights, because that is where they struggle. If their numbers start to go down, the Warriors, they panic. And I think we've hardly seen them recover in a 4v4 where they are down 2 players and they have an opportunity to back off, because they don't back off. That's the only thing that makes Godlike Stalwart different, because when there is time for them to disengage, if they know that, all right, action is knocked out, we won't be able to get him back into this fight, they just leave that run. They're going to leave him, move on, move to another position and see if they can trade out their fallen comrade, if they can punish the opposition for being in a bad position. But look at this. This is how this match started, ladies and gentlemen, with the one-pump gun action. Well, in the hands of Laser this time. The DBS proving quite deadly for the lads of Elementrix.
I mean, that was definitely happening, but I'm not going to lie. This circle was really interesting, too. It built up a big hype over here. It was just out in the open. And yeah, we did see a lot of interesting knockouts here and there, a lot of fights as well. IT need to move inside, especially that big blunder from the side of A1NB, where they took a fight against the players of IHC. They gave their position away. Hitman blew his cover away, and then he got spotted. He instantly got taken down. He got turned on by the players of IHC, and then nowhere to go. The opening was already found, and IHC started pressing on that opening.
Well, but whatever happened has happened. You can't change the past, but what you can change is your future, as the players from DU Warriors have proven, because look at this, the jump. 6 positions gained in just one game, and now just 1 point shy of being the first ones on the leaderboard, right behind Skylight Gaming. So 162 on Skylight Gaming, 161 on DU Warriors, and then there is Deadeye's guy sitting on the 3rd position with 160 points. All of our top contenders right now, Necro, are outside the top 3. We have Godlike Stalwart on 4th. We have High Voltage on 5th. IHC is on 6th. DRS on 7th right there.
Yeah, I mean, these are the overall rankings of the week, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you guys know.
These are this week's.
Because sometimes it is quite confusing, right? Even because they just pop out of nowhere. But yeah, these are the overall rankings of this week itself. And now as we do take a glance in the latter half of the board, as we still have Seal and 1952 on that climb, but they're still in to breach in that top 12 positioning. As you do take a look at the top 12, Venom Legends is barely on that cusp. You have Raw Officials too on that 11th spot. I don't really know what to say at this point about these teams, right? Because Venom Legends, the consistency is missing. That's why they're on a downhill. Raw Officials, on the other hand, they are there. They are getting that limelight as well. They are winning those duels, but somehow they're not really able to consistently get those placement points flowing for them.
Well, I mean, they're going to try the level best in this final game, but let's see how this is going to go. Otherwise, today is almost done and dusted. They will have to wait till tomorrow to make a recovery, and tomorrow there is that additional pressure of the Livik happening later on in the day. But ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day will be played on Sanhok, and Group A won't be performing in this one, so that means Godlike Stalwart, Raw, Elementrix, and also the players from the side of A1 Esports are going to be sitting this one out. Although Group B is returning next, so DRS, Train to Kill, MABETEX, and DAX are going to be back into the lobby. But we do have me moving up in the prediction because, well, my prediction was the E Warriors, and thanks to Doc, I do get that extra point. So I told you I'm going to close in. But yeah.
Always there's that one man from the side of DEW, huh, who just clutches it out if he manages to survive. Last time it was Near Zed, and now this time it's Doc. It's just that one single man who has a big hand behind that success, but still that
at least
team
they
is
are
doing
being
really
fair, right? They
Yeah,
favored
yeah.
both of us. You got 1 point, I got 1 point.
Yeah. I mean, definitely we do. Quite a similar play style to the players of Godlike Stalwart. So, yeah, so far they're doing pretty phenomenally good. Well, on the other hand, now it's time to make the predictions, and we got to be quick, too.
Yeah.
We just got the call from the production. So, Johnny, which team are you going to go for? Group A sitting it out, Godlike Stalwart not in the lobby anymore? Are you going to go with DEW once again?
No, I'm not going to go with DEW. I think it is Sanhok, and on Sanhok, I do expect High Voltage to do really well, considering they do start off on the Camp Alpha Island, and we are seeing extremely weird circles today, so we can expect a Camp Alpha circle today as well.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. I like that prediction. I like that. But I'm going to go with DEW.
All right. So
Now,
you pick DEW.
Yeah, I think so. Today they're going to strike with three chicken dinners, and at the end 2 back-to-back. So the momentum is currently flowing in their way. They are looking like an unstoppable beast, Johnny. So there's a big chance they might strike in with another one.
They are looking extremely solid. I mean, they are looking so strong today. And I think they will try their level best to secure the first position at the end of the day, because that gives them such a strong momentum for tomorrow. And if they start off the day with a very nice game, the first game, no matter what map it is tomorrow, if they have a good start on that, then I think the Warriors will just dominate this entire week and move their position in the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. For the league stages, they will get quite a big jump over there, just closing in on the players of Godlike Stalwart, because right now in the league standings, in the league rankings, Godlike Stalwart have a very, very big advantage. I think close to like 90 points or something over there. But what our predictions are going to be for this game, you have them on your screen. Are they going to be correct? We will find out, but same goes for your prediction as well. You guys can make predictions for every single game. Again, the process still remains the same. Vote space the tag of the team that you are supporting. And again, a reminder, Group A is not playing. 4 teams sitting out are Godlike Stalwart, Elementrix, Raw, and A1 Esports. DRS, Train to Kill, and MABETEX DAX, all 4 stepping back in. Also, this game is going to be important for all the teams that are outside the top 12, because tomorrow it's just going to be a little too late. Tomorrow, every single team will have just 4 matches. And if the difference between you and the teams above you, teams in the top 12, gets beyond 30 points, then the other teams just have a too big of a safety cushion for you to recover. You will have to be, well, you will have to basically win 2 games in a row to make sure that that safety cushion is gone, first of all, and then you are inside the top 12.
I mean, that's quite a lot of things being explained from the side of Johnny right there, and some of those things that my brain wasn't even able to function. But
what, like exactly?
Process.
What did you get?
I don't even know, man. You said so much stuff. My brain wasn't even
I
able
will
to process
explain
a lot
once
of it.
again. Why do you get lost? Why are you such a
Explain everything.
bad
man.
listener?
Explain everything.
Nah,
Once again.
not for you. Not for you, Necro. Such a bad
Why?
listener.
Dude, you just said you're gonna explain it once again, but
If
yeah.
you point one thing out, then sure. If you point the entire thing out, then no. You were just completely lost in your own thoughts the entire time.
I'm not even gonna lie, I was literally thinking about the previous game and how DEW really won.
Were you just
and
hoping
what
the
just happened.
Warriors win this as well? Were you just
I
like,
mean, I am hoping that, but I was actually just going through that previous game in my mind, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is what happened. That hill was so well. And then I started thinking about the last fight, what could have been done differently from the side of Boro. And I just feel like in that fight, you can clearly see the hesitation of just peeking out and fighting that last man from the side of DW, which is Doc, of course. And I think so. The hesitation was mainly that he saw him approaching. And while he saw him approaching, he just thought that, oh, that's literally death approaching me. One single bad peek can just get me killed here. And that's why Mr. Bori was really hesitant of peeking him. I don't know why. I just think that.
See, now, here's the thing, right? In a 1v1, what's the worst that could happen? You lose, right? You got taken out anyway. Might as well just have gone for it. Just step out, take the shots, and just
He
try
did that in the end.
best. Yeah, when it was too late, Boro was like, it was in point blank range, and then he had no other option. He had to just go for it. Otherwise, Doc would have just wrapped around on one side of the tree and just finished him off either way. So it was also, to be fair, we are being too hard on Mr. Boro over here. It was a complete 50-50 on both the players.
Okay, look. Listen to me.
It just came down to who hit on the head first. Who got hit on the head first.
Yeah, but I think so. Okay, look, I want to just let it go, but this is really just in my mind over and over again because I just love this game a lot. And one thing Mr. Boro could have done differently is, if you remember, when Doc started moving out of his cover from top of the hill, and when he started running out, Mr. Boro kept peeking on the left side of that tree.
Yeah.
You remember? He just kept peeking on the left side. Instead, if he could have tried to jiggle peek from both the sides. He could have kept him guessing. He could have made the puzzle peek happen. But again, there are a lot of ifs and buts, ladies and gentlemen. It's just me trying to break it down. It's just a type of human I am. I just like to analyze those things. But with that being said, the game of Sanhok is in front of you guys too, and the plane flat path was quite sudden tilted. But this circle is quite interesting. Another weird circle. You said we might see a weird circle, and that's what is exactly happening. But also at the same time, a drop collision.
Well, today is just a weird day, ladies and gentlemen, and the drop collision Necro is talking about is between MABETEX and TRZ, two of the teams that we hardly see fight early on Sanhok. What is going on today? Do you remember seeing these two fight?
I mean, no, I have never.
Yeah,
I think so it's mainly because the plane fly path. It's literally mainly because the plane fly path. Fly path just being completely on the one side. Oh, and then Nate's missed. Oh, Atomic is going to be sad. But anyways, TRZ, the individual fights is something they haven't been able to win. But let me tell you what, Johnny. TRZ, they're really solid at holding off Painan. Ask me why.
Oh, yeah. Why?
The DBS, man.
Oh.
Usually every single player has the DBS in the hand, and they decide not to leave Painan usually in the game of Sanhok because the circle kind of forms near or around Painan. So, but this time now they'll need to leave Painan, so that means the DBS, I'm not sure if that's going to be a viable option anymore for this team, but they can definitely try to wield a weapon in their hands without a doubt.
Well, let's see right now. Mamba has the barrel in his hands and Baron right in front of him. He does see him through the window. Could have gone for a few shots as well. Dish out a little bit of damage on the opposition. Well, they are in a vulnerable position, but Baron, with a nade being cooked by him, is going to see if he can toss it on the other side of the river, but it's not going to connect on anyone. Instead, Baron just gets shot in the face. So he's going to lose a bit of HP, and TRZ now have breathing room to cross the river, get on the other side, and try and take the players of MABETEX head on. It's going to be quite interesting to see, in fact, how they are going to approach the fight, because now TRZ in a split position. And oh, this is not good. MABETEX, check your left. A bad decision coming in. The DBS in action, and it is the pump gun in the wrong hands. Oh boy, the DBS. Necro, it's in the wrong hands. It's in the hand of the players of MABETEX, not TRZ.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, man. One pump man is a one pump man. It can be in anyone's hand. And whoever it graces, whoever it chooses, he becomes an immortal god in the PUBG field. Yeah.
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 Can you do the Kool-Aid man? Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, Atomic being taken down with that Molotov. It was a nice one. Oh, nice flush out with that utility. For now, MABETEX Esports are just executing this fight flawlessly. And now as they've found the man advantage, they're now going to start to just charge on over.
Yeah, they know. It's just the last player remaining from the side of TRZ, and Wally is he's literally the gatekeeper right now. He's just standing there waiting for his teammates to show up, just keeping the last lad from TRZ under his watch and care until they are ready to finish him off, which I believe is right about now, since the window is getting shot at as well to keep him pinned down, and everyone is just going to run up to the first floor. The first squad wipe of the game within 4.5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. TRZ getting eliminated on the 16th position, and MABETEX do it without losing anyone in the entire fight.
Oh boy. That push. It looked like a desperate push against the players of MABETEX. Complacency. The confidence is definitely there, but I would say that's a little bit of overconfidence, and that just didn't work out against or with the players of TRZ. It worked up against them. And MABETEX, just some light work done. You can never underestimate a team like MABETEX. They have a lot of experience in their bags.
Do have a lot of experience under their bags. Not one of those teams that you underestimate in a 4v4. MABETEX doing really well right now, but Dax on our screens. And a few moments ago, in fact, in the early stages of the game, Dax utilized the fact that Stalwart weren't here in this match. They dropped on bootcamp and have decided to cross over early towards Camp Alpha Island. But because of that, they do find themselves quite close to individuals from the side of Dead Eyes guys. In fact, on the other side of the hill, right in front of Struggled, is where one of the players from the side of DE is. Dax still holding on to their position. It seems like the plan is simple. Stay hidden till as long as possible, which on Sanhok can actually work out.
Airdrop one's on the board. MK14 with the upgrades. But it's quite in the water lines. I don't think so any of these teams will actually try and go for that one. Gremlin Storm in the close. They do hear the vehicle just around him. And now they're going to finally make an entry inside this compound. Look at Fear. He hasn't strike yet. Still holding his trigger. Now finally he gives it away. The cover's being blown. Wants to go for the confirmation. Spooky realizes he has stepped inside the wrong territory and he should not be here anyways. Decides to take an exit, but he still managed to find a headshot. Oh, that QBZ is definitely striking nice for Fear.
Gremlin Storm could have had a wonderful run in the previous match. Got stuck in an unfightable position and finished off quite easily in the previous game on Erangel. But now Sanhok, a fresh start for them. And they have quite a wonderful position close to the center of the zone as well. But the only problem is the fact that Janvara, they're not leaving them alone. Is following them quite closely. And when Legends and T2K are going to be fighting for the position of GSM in a few short moments as well. Snipe YT behind that hut. He's just using the TPP to keep Memo in check. But he does take damage from the other side, but it'll be shots fired from the players of Venom Legends connecting, dropping Snipe extremely low. So added pressure on the players of Janmara.
Speak of added pressure. And things will definitely be quite tough. But as the game proceeds on, as the game progresses on, I'm pretty sure the pressure is going to start to subside. Dax, on the other hand, though, one of those teams that has really been struggling with their mental game, I would say.
Yeah. I completely agree with that as well. We're on the same page. As during first week, we did see some incredible moments from the side of DAX, but as the days went by, DAX, they have slowed down quite a lot. Right now, all right, so something very interesting is happening right now. We had IHC start from the southeastern edge of the map, and now they are rotating along the shorelines. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly where they enter the zone from, since they are the furthest one away from the circle as well. On the other side of things, Skylight Gaming also finding themselves in a wonderful position on the edge of the zone. DAX, as they have been on our screens for a long while now, still just being extremely patient, still making sure that they're checking the ridges while they themselves are hidden in these shacks. All 4 players, 1 shack for each one of them. They're just lying down on the floor, keeping vision of those ridges. Janmara on our screens. Seems like they are going to be quite close to the players of Gremlin Storm. And as we did see, GSM, they were aware about the position of Snipe YT, but what about the rest of the team of Janmara? Did they know where the rest of the lads were?
Not exactly sure, but one thing I can say for sure is that the fights are really not starting soon on the map of Sanhok so far. Even though the circle is quite weird. I mean, we just saw that one complete wipeout. Other than that, we haven't seen anything happening that critical yet. Teams are still starting to make their rotation inside the circles. The circle now is heavily tilted on the left side too, so high voltage does seem like a good pick to me. But even DEW, they're in a quite comfort spot so far. T2K, on the other hand, against the players of Venom Legends, as Gangsters in the close behind the wood logs. Is that what it's called?
What?
Wood logs.
Yeah.
But T2K,
Yeah,
I think so they are realizing that there's definitely a threat available. Gangsta, on the other hand, though, is making sure he's not even moving a muscle. Just keeping his position anonymous.
You know what the problem is? That there is nothing to protect him literally from a head-on assault.
Yeah.
His flanks are covered.
Maybe Giant Mar is there to protect him. The spray was definitely there, but the connections were quite iffy. He was able to connect a decent amount of bullets, though, and only take the player down low HP. Nothing more than that. Instantly popped a med kit. Legend back to full.
Adu, though, is going to have to deal with the fact that now he's all alone on that edge of the zone, and he does fall back towards his teammate, realizing that Train to Kill might just move in his direction, cause a little bit of trouble for him and his teammates, since they are going to be forced to push upon them as well in a few short moments. Oh, Wadu taking a nasty hit from Legend in return. I believe that was a headshot right there, the helmet protecting the opposition on the other side, but WIZZES Club against the players of Janmara. Delta is pushing this time, and Domain is extremely low. Should be an easy knock for DRS to secure, and there it is. Easy knock, easy finish. DRS getting a few extra points for themselves.
Speak of that, and Delta is taken down really low. I mean, he is tanking outside the zone. He only has 5 first aids available, so cannot afford to stay here for long. Venom Legends, on the other hand, you finally do see the cavalry available too. T2K overstepping themselves, sitting inside the vehicles. T2K now on a move as well. Venom Legends, the only thing they're really worried about over here is to how to get Gangsta out of that spot, because he's being pinned. He cannot even do anything. The only thing you can do is just give or rely on those sound cues and hope that he's not going to be checked.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the other players from the side of Venom Legends are going to do to at least try and save their teammates. There is a possibility that T2K can get sandwiched over in this spot as well. But I think Gangster right now is just relying on the fact that he is right on the edge of the zone, and T2K, they will try and push in even further. And when that happens, he's going to be free to do whatever he wants. And as I said, patience is getting paid off right now, but Susan has been spotted out. Sunday is taking a lot of damage from the other side of the river. And what just happened? Whoa. IHC getting eliminated so early in the game. But they were going for a super wide rotation, so not a big possibility of them making it through. And now they're finally been punished for that. But Train to Kill also getting punished. Legend is going to be knocked out. Venom Legends doing an incredible job of just waiting the pressure out and punishing Train to Kill for being too over-eager with their rotation. But now Frag Boy is going to be dropped. Should be an easy recovery for Venom Legends, though.
Should be an easy recovery. Still 2 players of T2K are in cow. They're still alive. Gangsta is still in a tricky spot, but he can definitely try and hold those players off at bay because T2K is also dealing with a lot of damage. They're currently dealing with the zone. They're trying to patch himself up. They're trying to tank the zone, and they're also burning through a lot of meds doing so. Finally, now they're going to sit in their vehicles, and Gangsta realizes that exact fact. Now the spray is going to be coming in, trying to mow down the vehicle, but that's not going to be the case. Sanhok barely makes it alive in the back, but that also blows the cover off Gangsta. Position compromised. How is Gangsta going to try to back off from this one now?
Well, we are about to find that out. Since the man is still isolated, he should have closed in and moved towards his teammates a few moments ago, but now 30 seconds before the blue zone starts to move again. And Venom Legends, will they lose another player in this situation? That is what they are waiting for as well. Look at that. Frag Boy is not alone. He has Susan right next to him. Just make sure that Gangsta does not get in too much trouble. And also, T2K don't escape from this situation. Jan Maro on our screens looks like, well, trouble in paradise for Seal Esports. As they have been spotted out, their position compromised, and MABETEX moving towards the players of DAX. DAX have been hidden over here for so long, but now finally their position is going to be compromised as Spike starts things off with a knock onto Apex. Baron is going to be dropped down as well. Leo and, well, another one of his teammates, Wally, are going to be the 2 players left standing, but Leo is extreme low. It's going to be an easy knock. DAX, the camp that they had set up, it's a success, Necro.
Yeah. And so far, even DAX right now, they're looking pretty unsettled, yeah. MABETEX Esports, yeah, Leo was definitely the casualty. Now the rest are even Wally's in the back. The glimmer of hope that they have so far alive. And I don't think so pulling anything off at this point in time, it's going to be anything, it's going to be even possible. So
yeah,
he will need to just compromise with what he has. But on the other hand, Venom Legends getting charged on by the entire squad of Godlike Gaming. That's going to be any type of problem. And that's going to be it for Gangsta. He blew the cover away. And this is what the players of Godlike Gaming realized. Out in the blue, they are definitely taking a lot of damage, but this shouldn't be a problem for them. They do have a decent amount of meds available. And now they also took out Gangsta. They should have his meds available too. Should be able to loot him soon. Drops the gas can. Needs to go for the loot. The next circle is being even more deadly.
Godlike Gaming, perfect timing on that assault. Got 1 pick for that. Now, the problem is the fact that their rotation was delayed and East is just struggling to climb up on this cliff. Oh boy. It's gonna take him a while to get up back on the top.
Yeah, I don't know what DW is trying to do here.
I think he just got too greedy to pick off DRS because they are also just in the water right there, right next to him, in fact.
Yeah, and now there is the cover there as well. And there's Ed's on a run. DRS just making sure that East is being pinned right there, but East is on a move. He does not want to stay stuck over there. And realizes that the positioning is way much more important than this fight. So now he's going to find a mature way out of this one. DRS, on the other hand, still barely on the edge, patching themselves up. Doc is going to find the elimination onto one of the players on the side of GSM. He's out the game. High voltage, well spread out, and just holding the players in 1952 in that little compound.
Let's see what they're going to be up to, though. As Assassin has a, well, He has a mountain of an advantage right now, literally on top of a mountain. Does see all three players from the side of 1952 right in front of him. Well, does not see them, but knows that they are there, so he's just waiting for them to step out in the open. So he has easier targets to take down, but on the other side, we do have Gianmara moving forward, trying desperately to enter the zone, but now finally Assassin sees the players of 1952 disperse. A triangle formation coming out from the team. And using the trees to move around perfectly, but Malik does find Jax, an easy knock secured. Rabin is moving towards the rear as well. High Voltage desperate for these points, because they know if the zone moves away, they are going to be done for. Jiggle is the man leading the charge, but he's a little too far away from his teammates, and he's the only one from the side of High Voltage that is inside the circle right now.
Yeah, but the big advantage the players of High Voltage have is that they have the high ground to play with.
Yeah.
And they usually do play this type of a circle pretty perfectly as well. The only problem can definitely be the players of Deadeye Skies that are pretty close to the players of High Voltage. And we might just see a brawl starting between them soon. Gremlin Storm near Hot 10, still outside the circle, barely. And even they themselves want to make it in. Godlike Gaming on a move. They realize the Wall of Death is on a move itself, so they need a bridge inside the next circle as quick as possible. The time's running away. Giant Mara as well. Now a lot of teams are going to start to get desperate, and desperate time means desperate measures sometimes, and that's what these teams are pulling off. Giant Mara straight up just dropping inside the water lines. Godlike Gaming as well. They breached inside the territory of Giant Mara, so Giant Mara, they don't want to fight it just yet. Instead, prioritize the positioning first.
Well, let's see though. No fear, absolutely showing no fear as he swims across this river completely exposed. And he does know there is a squad on his back as well. Skylight Gaming closing in on that cliff, but he does see Spooky in the water as well.
Oh my god.
Oh, so there are a few pixels on this rock that you can in fact stand upon. And if they do find those moments, I think they are going to get those finishes. Snipe is the one who finds solid ground first. And he knows that there are people approaching him from the rest. So Gianmara are quite lucky in this game, I have to say. But it's not just all about luck. They also have their rotations perfectly planned out. Timing is key when moving from zone to zone. And this team is playing edge to edge perfectly at this point of time. T2K Esports being forced to take an exit from this game though. We're down to 11 teams, 26 players, and I feel like DE Warriors, we might not be seeing them for long in this match, as Chari from Deadeye Skies has managed to secure a knock on Doc.
Yeah, but still, the amount of damage that was inflicted on Turolov or Deadeye Skies in general, that was almost about to buy East enough amount of time to cross on over, but then instantly the cavalry was there, even from the side of Deadeye Skies. Turolov just peeked on in and finished him. That's going to leave the players of DEW with just that one last man alive, but the hopes are still there. It's always that one man from the side of DEW who's managed to clutch it out. So maybe this time he will probably be it. The circle has taken a big drastic shift, and that's why all these teams are being forced outside their good spots, and he included the players of High Voltage, but at least High Voltage have a good position to play with. But no, Sneaks is going to catch one player. He's playing pretty sneakily too. He might just find second one too. This is a free elimination point that he can wrap up, and that's what he's exactly going to go for. But now he's catching bullets from the back, and even the Wall of Death is doing a lot of damage.
Well, it is going to be enough to take them out. 6 teams remaining, 13 players still alive, and Dax still doing a wonderful job holding on to their position, managing to stay alive, even though at a certain point I thought they were going to be done for. But no, all 4 players still left standing. Deadeye Guys down to 3 players. High Voltage have lost 1, 3 still in it. Even though 1 was knocked out, should be an easy revive for them. But Deadeye Guys blocking their way. It is going to cause a lot of trouble for the players of High Voltage. The good thing is they have overcome the biggest challenge that was there in front of them, which was coming down from that hill. They have already accomplished that. So from here on out, if they can just time the fights perfectly, I think they can secure a lot of extra points in this game.
They can. There's still a big can here. We cannot be that confident. Deadeye's guys They are looking to get a better spot inside the circle. High Voltage and Dax are currently being the biggest problems in their way. Dax, unfortunately, the next circle is not really favoring them quite a lot too, and there's a big chance the next circle might just shift away from them too. So Dax, yeah, the troubles are now definitely starting to knock on their doors. High Voltage, unfortunately, the rotation was something they did not really wanted to go that way, but it has already just fallen against them, as Assassin is the only man left alive on that rock. Does have a solid piece of cover though, but he's the only glimmer of hope there. And now Deadeye's guys, they're getting mowed down by the players of Dax. Dax as well, they're being forced outside that compound no matter what. They will need to leave this one as quick as possible. They do have a couple of smokes available. They can try to create a smoke pathway and move in, but still, Assassin's going to be a big pain for them.
Yeah. He can be the game changer for the players of Deadeye's guys, who have a very strong momentum right now in this particular match. 10 eliminations secured already. All 3 players, in fact, left standing, as True Love was finished a few moments ago. Now, as you mentioned, Necro Assassin in the back lines. He is going to be, well, he will try to be an assassin, try and pick off the points of the players of DE and Dax while they are busy fighting. But Dax are the ones who start things off, dropping Chari to his knees and instantly finishing him off as well. 2 players remain from the side of DE. And Dax actually have a very good angle to eliminate all of them.
Oh, on top is now down. Not on top anymore. It's Deadeye's guys. Another player is just outside the zone, tanking that damage, probably going for a med strat for as long as possible. Assassin in the front, looking to stall this one out, but Dax, they have spotted him, and Assassin should be out from the game soon. He was the only player in, and Assassin is barely hanging on somehow with some sliver of HP. He has been taken out from the game. Joker Sir now going to decide to strike in as Dax, oh, that player could have went down, but the Wall of Death was doing a lot of damage. That was close on him.
Yeah, that was a close one, but good on the part of Dax. I definitely did not think they were going to walk away with this game when we saw them pinned down by the players of High Voltage, but no, they proved me wrong and they proved everyone else wrong as well, getting this important chicken dinner. But will it be enough to get them into the top 12 and to bring them to that Levick game that's going to happen tomorrow, as we did see them on that 18th position? But I think that one is the overall league ranking and not their finish in this week as well. But they were struggling this week, to be honest.
Oh, definitely. They were struggling big time. And they were all the way in the bottom 4 too, if I'm not wrong. So
yes,
this type of game should not boost them that much. Maybe in like 13th or 14th spot. They should get them back in the competition though. Don't get me wrong. They should get them, they should get them back in the competition for that bonus Levick game. But with that being said, we'll have the conversation continuing right after this short break.
लाइफमा अब अप्स एन्ड डाउन भइरहेको छ हैन सबैकोमा कहिले खुसी कहिले दुःख त्यो भइ नै रहा हुन्छ अब के गर्ने टाइपको अब एउटा डिप्रेस एउटा स्ट्रेस मान्छे भइसकेको थिए भन्ने खालको हुन्छ नि त को लभ यु गाइस
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, day number 4 does almost come to an end of week 2. We still have to see how many points the teams got from this game and what the overall rankings are going to look like. But this was an impressive win from Dax, and also a good performance coming in from the players of DE again.
Exactly. I mean, the MVP is here. Joker And 3 elimination points, healing done of 417. That's a lot of healing done, that's for sure. And then you have Nox of 1, and then clearly you have damage dealt, which is going to be 644 with the average survival time of 2401. Deadeye guys, of course, a decent outing from their side, as we did see one of the players, which was probably Joker if I'm not wrong, who was still outside in the blue going for that med strat, and then in the end he realized, okay, let's just try and strike in, let's try and potentially maybe sneak in one more elimination point. And if I'm not wrong, didn't that player of Deadeye's guys actually take out the assassin from High Voltage, the last man alive? He just stole it away from Dax.
Yeah.
He did, right?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
That's a big steal.
It was an important steal. I mean, an extra point coming into his hand, and also towards his team is always just going to make you happy. But following Joker, we do have Gyante. Dax struggle is going to be there with 3 eliminations. And I want to see what the total tally of eliminations on Dax is going to be like, because we do only see one of their players making it to the player focus list. And I believe DE had at least 10 or 11 eliminations in this game. So they were definitely on fire. Then also in the player focus list, we have Wally from the side of MABETEX with 3 eliminations and 346 damage dished out. MABETEX, I have to say, quite an incredible job playing under the radar majority of the time, apart from that first fight against the players of TRZ, which they won quite easily.
And then, I mean, I would really do not want to spoil the party here. Okay, Dax have won. Congratulations, you guys have done phenomenally. You guys defended that compound perfectly too. But at the final moments, the circle really did just shift on top of them, you know, and it favored them big time. That compound was graced. And the next circle, which was quite a crucial shift too, and that shifted right on top of the players of Dax. I would say they have done a really good job on just capitalizing on that fact and taking advantage that the circle was on top of them. And also at the same time, we saw them defending that perfectly. But at the same time, teams like Deadeye's guys, teams like High Voltage, they really needed to push outside their comfort zone.
Well, they tried their level best and they succeed. I would say in a certain way they did succeed as well.
Yeah, we got to give them props, right? Because
Yeah,
Dax have been sleeping throughout this tournament.
Exactly.
Finally, they have woken up.
Especially this week. I mean, first week they were still putting up decent numbers on the board, right?
Yeah.
This week they were struggling. This week they were completely struggling. As you mentioned while we were talking about them before, they were part of the bottom 3, and even there they were not looking too great. But now finally they have woken up. 22 points coming in 4 Dax from this game, I think is definitely going to put them in a decent position to try and make it to the top 12 tomorrow. But this game was dominated by Deadeye's guys. 10 eliminations secured with a top 2 finish.
Ooh, I mean, decent amount of elimination points wrapped up. That's going to give them 22 total elimination points. And we saw that fight between the players of MABETEX and TRZ off the bat inside Pine End, which was just a big blunder, I would say, from the side of TRZ. I still don't understand. I'm still not able to just recalibrate my brain. I'm not able to wrap my head around why did those 2 players decide to push on the other side of the bridge. You guys did dish out a lot of damage. You guys did buy yourself a lot of time to push on the other side. But was there really a need to push outside and make that, make that 2-2 split happen, especially inside cities? I don't know, man.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. I mean, it was a questionable decision, and I think they should have just stayed on the same side of the river, or in fact, just completely avoided MABETEX in the early scenarios, because you know you're not doing too well as far as the overall rankings are concerned. Had a team in the top 3 or had a team in the top 5 tried something like this, I would have been like, okay, nothing gained from this, but you haven't lost too much as well, right? You don't lose a lot if you just have a bad play in this game, and I think the drop would have been like if the team was on the 5th position, they would have dropped to like 7th or 8th. So it would have put them in a completely unwinnable situation. But TRZ, every single game matters to them. They need to perform every single match. Otherwise, I don't think they will be making it to the finals.
Exactly. But look at the damage numbers. Clearly it is there indicating that Deadeye's guys have went ham in that previous game. Then you have MABETEX Esports 2 with 6 elimination point, who got eliminated quite early off actually in the game. They still have managed to put up decent amount of damage numbers as well. Dax on the first spot with 7 elimination points and 1195 damage dealt. So overall, a decent game from all the teams, I would say, even including the players DRS and Skylights Gaming. High voltage, able to stay consistent, so that means at least they're not going to drop their ranking that much in the overall rank still. And high voltage is, yeah, there you go. They're still in the top 5. Skylights Gaming, on the other hand, the throne now is being taken away from the side of Deadeyes. Guys, oh, and look at DE Warriors, Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, Godlike Stalwart. Uh-oh.
I mean, it's an upsetting situation for a lot of teams, but none more than Skylight Gaming and DE Warriors, because now you have to wonder. You have 3 chicken dinners each. What will it take to hold on to the first position for more than one game? None of these teams have been able to do that.
and the point difference between Godlike Stalwart in the first spot is quite decent too, I would say. It's quite decent.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I would say Deadeyes guys, they still have 1 game cushion against the players of Godlike Stalwart. But I mean, tomorrow it's like the last day of this week, right? And Godlike Stalwart are gonna make the comeback happen. Trust me.
True. I think, and even if they don't, so here's the thing, right? Even if Godlike Stalwart, they don't make a comeback, we don't see them finishing on the first position, we see them finish on the 4th or the 5th position, it won't matter to them. They have a very big, and when I say very big, I mean I say very big advantage as far as the league rankings are considered, and the league rankings matter. Godlike Stalwart, they got 20 points, 20 bonus points for their finish in the previous week. If they manage to finish even in the top 3, then it's all good. Nothing gained, nothing lost. All they have to make sure is high voltage does not outperform them, or any of the other teams that were with them in the top 4 of the previous week's ranking, of the bonus point ranking, don't outperform them. As long as that is the case. So if DRS is out, IHC is out, high voltage is out, Godlike Stalwart are going to be the happiest team of the bunch. They don't care who wins the week.
I mean, they're still in the top 5, right? And
yeah,
it would be really funny, right? Godlike Stalwart's in the top 5 even tomorrow. They're on the 5th spot, and then they play that 1 bonus game in Louisville, and then they win that. And that last game just pushes them up on the 1st spot. But today's day, ladies and gentlemen, was dominated by the team of DE Warriors. Completely deserved name over here. They got 2 chicken dinners today. And of course, it was just a complete, utter domination from this team, Johnny.
Well. I mean, the Warriors were on fire today, and especially Nirzed and Doc. He might just have those 5 eliminations, but we all know the most important elimination came in on that Miramar game that pushed them to the win. And sorry, that Erangel game as well, where the final pick went to his hands with Mr. Boro falling in front of him. And then Nirzed, look at that, 17 eliminations. The man's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. Yeah, he has had a pop-off day today, without a doubt. One single day, and getting those 17 eliminations in a pro lobby like this, it's not easy, ladies and gentlemen, especially when there's this much amount of money on the line. And with that being said, the elimination leaders now. Nirzed is going to topple over top. This has happened for a really, I mean, I would say this has happened for the first time in a long time, right?
Yeah, I think in a long time. I think since... it happened once in week 1, and Top has been sitting on the first position most of the time for this week at least. And I think he will take the first position away from Nirzed tomorrow, because the damage number is in the favor of Top over here, and also the average survival time as well.
Oh, look at the damage numbers though. Way too away. I mean, 13,194, and Nirzed only has 9,972. The damage numbers are definitely big. Even the average survival time on the side of Top is way much more compared to Nirzed. But overall, Nirzed just has been way much more aggressive, and the fights he takes make sure that he's able to get those elimination points no matter what. With that being said, Assassin 2 from the side of High Voltage is there somewhere in that top 5 or top 6. You need to be there if you are High Voltage, because High Voltage has been dominating this week too pretty well themselves. The daily winners, the teams that won the chicken dinners today, are at the start. Of course, we saw Skylights Gaming to kick things off, and then later on, DE Warriors, which I picked. DRS on the 3rd one did a fantastic job as well. In the 4th, Johnny picked DE Warriors, so they won inside that Miramar game, or Erangel game. And then you have Dax coming in on the final one.
Well, it was an enjoyable day after all. I definitely had a lot of fun just watching how the zones were moving around, and Dax was one of the teams that definitely took advantage of that fact in the very last game, making sure that they were holding on to that northwestern edge of the circle for so long while they were being pinned down by whole Twitch. D Warriors, incredible run throughout the day, as you guys can see, 2 chicken dinners from them. But DRS, I have to say, I mean, that one game where they won, they took the first position away. I think it is going to cause a lot of trouble for the opposition tomorrow, because DRS is also one of those teams that you never want to hand the reins over to. Otherwise, they are just going to run away with things. So it is going to be an incredible day tomorrow. It's quite a close competition between the top 5 for those 20 bonus points that they get for being at the top of the league of the weekly overall rankings, and also that last game of Livik that's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day. A lot of matches.
Yeah, a lot of interesting matches indeed, man. But again, as Johnny said, it's going to happen tomorrow. And another big thing about tomorrow, Johnny, is that it's the last day. That means tomorrow...
Of week 2.
Exactly. That means tomorrow we're going to have a bonus game being played.
Yes, that's Livik. Again, the rules remain the same. If you are in the top 12 of that particular week, you get to play an extra game, and the points that you get from that game get added to your overall ranking, and that overall ranking decides how many bonus points you get for the finals. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, all of that is going to happen tomorrow. We are done with our matches today and our day as well. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. We're going to call it a night. See you guys tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.